And hello everyone! Just in time to catch a couple giggles just before we started, but hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to episode 17 of Heroes Give Chase. Yes, Heroes Give Chase is now old enough to drive a helicopter, which is a fun fact I googled. Also, you will
That's
notice...
exciting.
Indeed. Also, as you may have noticed, as the show grows older, I absorb its energy and get inexplicably younger. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to do the recap in just a moment, but we're going to start from bottom to top this time. Hey, Faye, what have you been up to in the last week?
Oh, what have I been up to? Mostly streaming HOTS and MK11. Sleeping terribly.
Ooh,
Which has made me
feel
stream
that.
at very random hours at times.
It's unpredictable. You've got to follow to find out when it happens.
Exactly. Other than that, just D&D. Lots of D&D.
Nice. Kendrick, what have you been up to the last week?
Hey everybody, good to see you again. I haven't really been up to that much. A little bit of streaming here and there. Then on the weekend I did my usual real life, program. And now I'm super pumped to get going because I think all of us got some nice, neat little tricks. Can't wait to see what the level 6 has in store for us, man.
Yeah, didn't tell the stream at the end of it, but everyone did level up before this session, so that was fun. I felt they'd explored home enough and had some great character development, so a level up was in order. Yeah, sounds good. Jinxie, what have you been up to?
Well, we took a break from our D&D this week, so I could prepare more exciting stuff. A whole lot of work. Unfortunately, we were not the champions of Division B. We lost in the last game. Unlucky. Had some water damage. That was exciting. You see my ceiling, like, right over there.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that until you said. Oof.
Looks like a pizza thrown in the ceiling.
I know. There's also like a ceiling boob like behind my head.
Oh,
yeah. So yeah, that's what I've been up to, dealing with real life stuff. Haven't been doing a whole lot of gaming this week, but hopefully it's gonna change that this week.
Hopefully. Alrighty. And Crone, what have you been up to?
Hi, not too much, just the standard D&D stuff, and streaming a little bit of HOTS. Pretty much it. Soon to be a WoW Classic beta, when I finally get it.
It's exciting.
That's fair. I saw just a load of people on my follow list just jump into that, and a load of others tweeting about the fact they weren't in it. So, highly sought after for obvious reasons.
Did you all see the threat that was made because people complained about so-called bugs, although those were legit classic features back in the day?
I did not see threats about this. Do you have an example?
Yeah, and Blizzard has basically now made a list of things that are intentionally in the game. Those are not bugs. Those are actual features that behaved this way when Classic came out,
Yeah.
That's great. I love that. Oh man, I'm trying to think if there's any other game that... I mean, Smash is the only other game I can think of that has that, where it's just like, no, this was... Sure, this is pro play now.
Broodware has some bugs that were kind of...
Oh, yes. Excellent example. Oh, man. Heroes, we just patched them all out.
Yep.
Including...
Wait, so do they have the new
game,
models?
Sorry?
Do they have the new models in the classic, or is it back to like the old like yikesy like blocky things?
There's both, I believe.
Do you get to choose?
Oh boy.
I've seen the ugly version.
I mean, you gotta go for the nostalgia all the way.
Yeah.
I just really like the old night elf models because I always thought that like the women night elves look like men in dresses, and like that was my favorite thing.
Alrighty. I streamed Heroes, and that's about it. I wanted to stream Money in the Bank yesterday, but found myself way too tired when it came round to it, so I didn't. There you go.
That's the only thing you did all week? Nothing else?
What else did I do? No, nothing else. No, no. Let me. I'm
No?
thinking. No, nothing else.
Fair enough.
No, Beard Wars concluded in a last-second surge because they were behind by about $30, with only 50 cents in between the other two options at one point. Shave made a hell of a resurgence and was able to take victory, which is why I look like a more emo Homer Simpson. So. That's a compliment. He's fine. He's an iconic character. So then,
Sure.
I just went with the fate. I just went with the shadow. Alrighty. So enough of that. We're gonna get ready to head back in. But first, last session, the group went drinking mostly. They decided.
Oh, that's
to...
right, we did. We got trashed.
You did. You decided to continue your investigation as instructed by a mysterious benefactor to find who killed Kira. To do so, you were directed to the Spectator Gang, as they, along with some of the other gangs in the city, are really good at spying. So as such, you guys went to the bar nearest to where you, for starters, went to the docks, schmoozed up to one of the people who were selling illicit substances there, and then when I got trashed with the guy, kidnapped a random gnome, interrogated him, found out he knew basically nothing, but eventually just went back to the docks and just asked for a job in exchange for a meeting. You completed the job, finding that another group in the city were attempting to smuggle dragons into it. You guys took care of the people smuggling the dragons, mostly. And then the dragons broke out the cart, hearing the sounds of battle, reinvigorated. Broke out of the cart, and being red dragons, started to be dicks. Because humans are here, and humans and other humanoids are here, and they imprisoned us. How dare they? We're going to burn everything. You guys almost persuaded them to leave. In fact, you did persuade them to leave with minor burnings. Maybe a couple hundred dead, but no
Little
more.
burn.
Small street worth of death. But instead, you guys, Leonhardt decided no deaths were acceptable and took on the fight. You guys were able to, reasonably outside of one hell of a fire breath, take down both the dragons. Unfortunately, parts of the buildings were set on fire. A few deaths were had, but significantly less than would have been otherwise. You guys skedaddled because you weren't technically supposed to be here, currently working outside of the law as you are. You guys went back to the Beholder Gang, where you were granted a leader with Malcazar, their leader, who turned out to be a weird green thing with eye stalks and sharp teeth. He then expositioned you, telling you all that he believed that the Emerald Order were responsible. You guys thanked him and left undisintegrated, which is an improvement over some people who go there. You guys then went to bed, and that is where we left off. So you guys awaken the next morning, singed in some cases. What do you
Oh,
wish
gross,
to do?
crusty.
Little crusty, no, crispy, I think is the term. And feeling the experience of fighting your first dragons and actually getting the meeting, your minds are a rush. You are, you feel you were unprepared for the events yesterday, but the experience has made you stronger. You can feel, you feel a little more capable. So, what do you want to do?
What time is the meeting that Kaizen
Oh yes,
was asked to attend?
it's the envoy of the Feywilds arriving today. Yes, the meeting I believe I said was at noon, so you have a couple hours.
Okay.
Go downstairs and get some breakfast.
Get some breakfast. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Shivari breakfast, Woof breakfast.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
Kaizen will make his way from. Did you go into the? Did you get a room or did you stay in the park? I don't remember.
Yeah, got a room.
Okay, so Kaizen breakfast. Leonhardt.
I guess Leonhard, after another weird encounter last night, he would do the same. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You all come down to breakfast. Individual setups. Do you all remember breakfast prices, or do you need them off the top of your heads again?
One that I want is 3.
Yeah.
Three
Same.
silver. Okay.
Yeah.
We are poor.
For now. Alright. You all begin to chow down on food, sat around the same table. What do you wish to do?
Shivari, do you know how to send a letter?
A letter? I mean, kind of. It depends on what you mean by letter. Like a physical letter, or do you want me to send just a message to somebody?
I was supposed to go out with my friend Sebastian the other day, but then we started fighting, and I wanted to ask him if we could do that, even though we missed the day.
Okay. Just tell me exactly what you want me to say to him, and I will try to get it to him.
Hello, Sebastian. I hope you are well. I really hope you didn't get hurt by the dragon, that fell down. I miss you. We should hang out, and you could take me around the city. Woof. And like a big smiley face, please. So he knows that I'm happy to see him, because I can't tell him in the letter. Well, I could, but yeah, also tell him that I would be happy to see. Also, I'm happy to see you, Woof. Thank you.
Shivari will use Visual Cast of Animal Messenger.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
that's so cool.
Okay.
Put it
Which
in
animal?
chat.
You can see within range.
I think she would go outside and try and look for maybe a bird.
Okay.
since it would probably
Give me
be
a perception
quickest.
check.
I'm always super good at perception checks.
Specify a location you must have visited is an interesting point. I'll say Woof can describe it enough. I'm not going to be that harsh.
She went with me to the stonemasons.
We went there.
Oh, you did, didn't
Did we?
you? Yes. Okay, 14. There appears to be a pigeon, sitting up on top of one of the lantern lights.
Please tell me it's like the stupidest looking pigeon ever.
It's super tubby. It's sat outside the it's sat outside the inn for a reason. You can see it eyeing the dumpster as it would expect someone to come out and fill it soon.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, so she'll cast that with using that bird and
Okay. The bird. So how does it actually deliver the message? By the
speak
spell,
a
you
message.
specify recipient that matches man, woman. You also speak the message. It doesn't actually say how it delivers the message, so I choose to believe that it's like a voice recording and it just opens its mouth and it comes out. That's what I choose to believe. Okay, you speak the message.
yeah.
The pigeon looks a little annoyed, but as it glances at the dumpster, and then just flaps off towards the west.
Alright, sure, I will go back inside and I have not tried that before, so I think it worked.
Oh, thank you so much. They're so excited.
You're welcome.
Kaizen, mostly quiet, just like eating food, will kind of how many other people are in the inn right now besides for the party?
As usual, it's morning. There are a couple of people who clearly work at the docks or further in the city who stopped here for breakfast. The clientele does, it being an inn, the clientele does seem to change fairly daily. Overall, about maybe 12 people outside of you guys.
Okay. If any of them are like having conversations, Kaizen will attempt to like eavesdrop on any conversation, see if anyone basically is talking about a dragon, if they have heard of it or noticed it or anything like that and are talking
Okay.
about it.
It does not need a perception check to have like some people sitting just across from you. It seems to be a fairly common talk of the town, where you could just see someone has just walked in and the group that were already sitting down eating, just like, "Hey Jerry, did you see that dragon that fell last night? You've been smoking again, Paul." "Ah, Jerry, there was like two dragons. The light apparently attacked the city. How'd they get in?" "Well, I don't know, I'm not a guard." "You've been smoking too much, mate." Most of the people in this bar are talking about the dragon for differing periods of time.
Okay. So I also, for getting to level 6, I have a new favorite enemy of dragon, and so it says I have advantage to wisdom checks to track them or intelligence checks to recall information about them.
Okay.
So
We'll say when you went back to your room, you looked through some of the reading material
Yeah.
you brought with you and read up on dragons a bit.
Dragon. So would Kaizen know then where dragons like originally come from in this world?
Ooh,
if there
excellent
is a
question.
central
Roll me
location or something?
a. I mean, this would be a history, animal handling, or no, history or nature check. Your choice. Both are int, so you have advantage either way.
Okay. They're both the same. It's fine.
Let's see how good your research was.
19.
Very good. So you know that there are different types of dragons, for starters. I'm about to give a crash course on dragons here, so get ready. So there are,
Okay.
there are different types of dragons in general. There are, for starters, it's broken down by chromatic and metallic. Metallics are not necessarily friendly, but less human-hating most of the time. They're pretty chill. They're broken down into bronze, copper, silver, and gold dragons. Each one's dealing with a different type. Would you have focused your research on them or on the chromatic dragons, which are broken
Probably
down
the
by...
chromatic dragons,
Okay,
since we saw one of those, right?
All
Those
right,
the
makes
ones that we
sense.
killed.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
So, chromatic dragons are broken down by, from your research, white, which are a cold-based dragon. They have a... they mostly appear to live in mountains and very cold regions, Arctic tundras, anywhere where it's really cold. That's where they usually live. If they can find like a good ice cave, that's a fantastic place for them. Green dragons are very different. They choose to live in the swamps. They will oftentimes choose not to fly because they want to stay in their safer position, because the swamp is where their magic works, swamp is where they feel safest. If another dragon were to attack them there, home field advantage. A blue dragon is mostly limited to desert environments or any wide open plains, due to blue dragons being able to fly for years. For days at a time without landing. They like to be able to see everything around them. They're also one of the only few dragons who can really share their territory with other dragons, because deserts are big. So you'll oftentimes see like more than one blue dragon in a desert, but very separated, as opposed to, say, a green dragon where swamps are smaller. 2 green dragons in a swamp is going to cause a fight. Then we have red dragons, who they, for starters, like heat, but they also like to perch. So anywhere where they can find somewhere that's like a good source of heat, so like an old abandoned dwarf fortress, a lava cave, anything like that, they will happily go with that. A volcano, of course, but it's got to have somewhere where they can perch and survey their terrain. They're also very competitive and will oftentimes just burn shit just because they heard another dragon did something cool. And they're like, That would be cool. And we'll fly down and start burning stuff. Who have I missed?
Black dragons.
Black dragons. Black dragons? I don't know. Hang on. I don't remember them. I know
Black
it's
dragons
acid.
live in swamps. They have
They're swamps
acid
as well?
breath.
Excellent.
Yeah. Well, because green dragons are more towards forest.
Forests, yes. Forests and swamps, whereas black dragons are more swamps because they have swim speed.
Yes.
Yes. that's it,
They're
thank you.
super evil, and
They're
they
all
like
evil-ish.
to torture
Yes.
people.
Black dragons like to torture. Red dragons will just go on rampages because they can. Green dragons are more liars and manipulators. You'll oftentimes them actually trying to manipulate everything that's going on around them. Blue dragons like to. Blue dragons will actually sometimes negotiate and be worshipped by humans and will actually talk with humans, but they are mostly still a little dickish. It's very much based on the region and by the color. So depending on what region you're in. Right now, where you are, it's very foresty. So if you had to get, but it's also very hilly now that you're here. Once you go further, the more north you go as well, the more hillier it gets. So if you took a guess, most common dragon types would potentially be green or red around here, with the potential for maybe a black if there's a swamp nearby that you don't know about.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
No worries. Dragon Crash Course!
Done.
Dragons 101 with Toucher.
Super TLDR. Super TLDR. And then you would learn their individual breath weapon types from that as well. So, black dragon's acid, white dragon's cold, red dragon's fire, etc.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a good roll. So, yeah, natural 18 is pretty solid. So, yeah, that's what you feel in terms of recalling information about dragons. You do know that there was, in fact, one green dragon that you knew of that lived a couple miles away from your old village, but the villagers left it alone as it left them alone.
Alright.
Good policy with dragons.
Mm-hmm. If it ain't attacking us, we ain't attacking it. Alright. Anyone else? What you doing this lovely morning?
Leonhard, after the breakfast has been concluded, or I guess he would actually hurry up and then inform the others that he has to write a report, and that will probably occupy him the entire morning. So, friends, if you need my assistance or if you have anything that's worth sharing, feel free to visit me in my room. I'll be in the Unicorn for at least the next couple of hours until noontime.
Alright.
Okay. And noon is when I have a meeting, so I will leave then. Or a bit before that.
Do we know actually? Like, do our characters know about the envoy and the meeting, or
I think
your
you were
meeting?
there.
Kaizen?
I think you were there when he was told. I
Okay.
think. Guys, any of you remember differently? Please tell me.
We were told that he had a letter, but he didn't read the letter to us.
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't think so.
You're right. You're
From what I
right.
remember. I could be wrong.
Okay. So, yeah, they do not know about it for the moment.
I guess if Kaizen just said it was a meeting, Leonhard wouldn't really inquire any further. Just be like, yeah, sure.
Okay. Makes sense. Alrighty. Wolf, what are your plans for the day?
Wait to hear back from Sebastian.
Okay.
Unless the party's going anywhere, then I'll probably hang out with them.
Okay.
If Shibari's going anywhere, I'll go with her.
Just for fun and for potential metagaming purposes, not really. We cut to Sebastian, who is sitting in the stonemasons. He's a little disappointed his friend didn't show up at the noted meeting place, when a fat pigeon lands in front of him, opens its mouth, and relays the message, and then immediately flies away, because it's not obligated to return the message. It's a pigeon. He looks very confused. Makes a mental note to write a letter of his own. Like, write a letter. But no, it's not like ascending. It cannot return the message. It's just now a normal pigeon again and flies away. Flies back to the
Did its
dumpster.
duty.
It did its duty. Alrighty. So, Leonhardt, after breakfast, you head up to write your report. Is there anything you wish to leave out of the report? What are you planning on actually writing it?
So, I don't remember exactly what I told the guys that, like, my higher ups, but I did mention the Emerald Order, which was the hottest lead that is supposedly responsible for the killing of Kira. So Leonhardt would start the report quite truthfully, actually, about how he had talked to the captains, how he was no longer part of official Homeland Security, how he was stripped of his duty, and then basically give all the details on what he did in the docks. Probably he would leave the drinking part out of it. He would probably just say, I went undercover
work.
Exactly. And charmed my way into the ranks of the spectators. And the dragons they knew about anyway, so he would also include that one. And the role that he played, of course, greatly exaggerated, like struck down the dragon.
Yeah.
With a little bit of help of Kaizen and stuff. And once I think the last point to conclude the report with would then be, the dragons and the information that was given to them by the big Spectator gang boss. He would also describe the Spectator gang boss quite extensively, like he wouldn't hide anything, like that it was a beast with several pairs of eyes and who seemed to be knowing quite a lot of stuff, awkward behavior. There was a kitten in there that he was consulting, and that is basically... Oh, and the end of the report would then be, of course, to ask for further orders, because I don't think they gave Leonhardt anything to do. They just said, yeah, you'll hear from us again, and make sure you hand in the report.
Yep, sounds good. Alrighty. You do as you're instructed, write out that report. Like you said, it will take you till near noon, and you leave it on your bedside cabinet.
He would actually take it in his pouch and deliver it in person.
Okay, where to?
Leonhardt would know what's like the biggest office, the biggest barracks of Homeland Security in town.
Yes, okay, yeah, that's fine. Alright, so you write and wander off there while that's happening. Shivari, Woof, Kaizen, actually, because you have until noon free. And everyone else, what you doing?
Shivari is gonna go back to the magic shop where she got ink before. I think Brambles Bay.
Brambles Bay, yes. So
and get 200 more gold in ink.
Okay, don't need to RP that. It's just simple resource gathering. You're able to pick that up fairly easily.
And then when she returns, she's gonna go to her room and spend pretty much the entire day transcribing scrolls into her book.
Nice. Super chill day for you all so far. Woof Kaizen?
I will train my puppy.
What do you want to train it to do?
Well, we have stay. Let's train her to come.
Did you finish stay?
I did.
Nice. Alright. So, yeah, roll the animal handling.
Alrighty.
17. Add 1 to the clock.
Yay, Emmy can stay or come.
Yay!
She can come and stay. What a good dog.
Can walk and also stop. Basic commands. Alrighty, I'd say since you have most of the rest of the day, you can probably work on one more thing, I will say.
Okay.
I mean, you tell me, actually. You are a dog trainer, so tell me, would there be time to do another command in about,
I think so, for
5
a
hours?
puppy. Oh, yeah, definitely. I probably won't work with her, too hard all day. Let's have her sit. That sounds good.
Okay, go for sit. I believe every clock I said was a 5 clock.
3.
3.
Because the other two I have
Okay.
are 3.
Okay. So, again, I said it was for simple commands 3, for difficult commands more.
Yeah.
So yes, animal handling.
Alrighty.
13. Still enough. Have a 1.
Yay!
Sit is a fairly easy one to teach.
Yes.
Alrighty, cool. And that leaves us with Kaizan. You have half a day ahead of you.
Kaizen will change his outfit to the one that he had on basically like when he left his home village and
Okay.
do his hair in like a very like traditional kind of like elven style, basically to look as elvish and as like just as elvish as possible.
Okay, makes sense. That would take you a couple hours, but maybe an hour. I don't know how much
Yeah.
effort you put into it.
If there's well, you put like a decent amount of effort into it, but if there's time after, then I
Okay,
guess
plenty of time.
Kaizen would. Yeah, Kaizen would look over his prestidigitation notes and try to learn some
Ah.
more about that.
Okay, then make me a spellcasting ability check
Okay.
for your whichever spellcasting you went for, which I believe was charisma in this case.
Yes. I forget. Is it just rolling charisma
I
or?
think I said it was just charisma plus. No, it's not plus proficiency yet because you haven't got it.
Yeah.
So just charisma.
Okay.
18. That's a high roll. Add 2 to the clock.
Nice.
Alrighty. How's that clock doing for you? How close are you to mastering precipitation?
4 out of 10.
Nice, not bad. Alrighty. Okay. You do that. Trains Emmy a bit more. Leonhardt finishes writing and then is able to walk to the station, hand in his report to a surprisingly for Leonhardt attentive front desk, who is very friendly and is just like, yes, I will get this exactly where it needs to be. You do not need to worry.
Has Leonhardt ever met this man or woman before?
No, they look very young, like maybe just out of the academy.
Is it a girl or a boy?
It is a boy.
Well, thank you very much, young man. Private, I take.
Yes, as of 3 days ago.
Congratulations to your promotion, then, young sir. And I shall, if I, make it back one day, I shall remember your name.
Thank you very much. Now for me to remember it. My name is Sam. Sam Melody.
Gives a courteous bow or nod, and then says, Leonhard von Grieve.
Sir Leonhard von Grieve?
You bet.
Well, pleasure to finally meet you. My family worked in your family estate for a bit.
Is that so? Have we met before then?
No, absolutely not. My family talked about your family, though. They've talked about your parents. They seem nice.
One half of them, yes. The other one,
Oh,
I
they
choose
didn't
not
tell
to
me
talk
anything.
about.
They didn't tell me anything.
Yeah.
Good. Well then, Samuel, off you go. Deliver this report and guard it with your life.
He looks behind him at the office. Of course, sir.
Leonard gives him a smile, and then just with a hair flap, he's like on his way and gives a wave.
Alrighty. Kaizen, your time of your meeting approaches. What do you want to do?
I'll go to the place of the meeting.
Okay. Alrighty. You head out. As you pass Wolf's room, you hear commands. Lots of good dogs being said.
All positive dog training methods.
Damn right. You head out. Shivari's room is quiet. Small sound of... and the quills scratching on parchment. Leonhardt's room is empty. You can hear nothing inside it. So you head down and head out. Begin heading towards the palace. The directions where you've been taken before by Leonhardt. Find your way to an entrance where you can see many guards, way more than usual, appear to be set up on the outside. As they see you approaching, they eye you with suspicion but interest. As one of them steps forward to meet you just in front of the gate that you found your way to. Who goes there?
Name is Kaizan. I have a invitation for a meeting here.
Let's see.
Okay. Here you go.
He takes it and opens it up. And what did you say your name was?
Kaizan.
And who's this meeting with?
It is supposed to be with representatives from the Feywild.
See, it says here the Feywild.
What is
Is
that?
the Feywild and the Feywild a different place?
That is the same thing, just my accent.
Sure.
What a little shit. Oh my god, I hate him.
Well, folds it back up, not very carefully, and hands it to you. Everything seems to be in order, I guess. Hands it to you. Let him in.
Thank you.
Alrighty, the gate is open. The gate is unlocked and opened, and you make your way in. You can see there's a guard on the inside who's just like, "Good day, sir. Where can I take you?"
Hello. I'm here to attend a meeting between the representatives of the Feywild.
Ah, the envoy meeting. Of course.
Yes.
Come, follow me. I will take you to the meeting room.
Thank you.
He leads you through the palace gardens, which for starters are very pretty. It's very nice. There's clearly a little bit of magic involved. You can see a lot of magical herbs that your people use. Clearly, the Academy of Hexian Herbalism is living up to the second part of its name here in the palace to a very high degree. As you're led through into one of the smaller, almost outbuildings, still attached to the main building, but it's definitely lowered. It's not a tower or anything. But as you're led in, you can see why, as it dips down into the building into a large amphitheater. Amphitheater? Amphitheater? I'm going to go with amphitheater. Large amphitheater set up where, as you enter, you can see currently a discussion is already in progress. You can see down below what appears to be several very important figures, none of which you recognize, but the stat of their clothes definitely is meant to give off that impression. One very clearly being a very skinny, but also quite. He looks athletic. He's definitely not got a lot of meat on his bones, but it looks like he could play a sport if he needed to. In a very tight white shirt, and lots of silks with a large red cape, and of course a gold crown rested upon his head. You expect this to likely be the king. There are several people around him, all appear to be advisors of such, which are arguing, trying to talk over each other as he looks exasperated at trying to listen to them all at once and trying to create some kind of order.
Okay, Kaizen just kind of like observe what's going on and just kind of wait to see what transpires.
Okay. You're talking through this until you're watching this conversation go by. You can see mostly it's along the lines of there appears to be differing opinions of we shouldn't share any of our resources with outsiders. What if they try to drag us into a war? We shouldn't listen to them. Isn't it our right as keepers of law and honor in this city to try and assist them if they are under assault or something like that? Does anyone even know what this meeting's about? A lot of arguing of that form until what you notice and recognize to be Archmage Angeline. Steps out from one of the corridors into the amphitheater. She glances around, glances up, acknowledges you, acknowledges the people in front of her, clears her throat, much louder than she should be able to do in here, but the sound definitely carries. Gentlemen, I believe the time is here. If you do not mind, I will complete the gate to allow them through. You can see the envoys all shut up. They all step back and take up more official positions. A couple of them at this point, now turning around, do notice you as well. As they look at you, surprised. You can see the guard next to you, though, and don't question it. As Angeline sits down, inscribes some runes into the ground. And after a couple minutes, a large green and purple and blue portal opens up. And stepping through it, what appears to be a very golden-skinned elf. Like, actually almost golden-skinned. Steps through. 2 large centaur step through. You've seen one of these before in a book. As they step through. And one very just standard elven-looking person, but dressed definitely the most ornately, steps through as well. They glance around the centaurs, dressed definitely in very fine, ornate clothing, but clearly some kind of bodyguards or setup here. The golden-skinned elf, set up in a more advisory position, standing a little bit further back, led the way, but then steps to the side to allow the others through. And the last person standing before you, you've never seen this creature before, you've never seen this person before, but it looks to be, in terms of general outwear, wearing blue flowing robes that almost seem to ripple with as if they're water. Wearing a sort of green, almost kelpish colour in terms of the undershirt underneath. His hair also appears to flow as if underwater as he wears a blue crown across his head. As he steps through, looks around, regards everyone present, spots you, raises an eyebrow and almost cracks a small smile. He beckons you down. How are you meant to hear from up there?
Oh, I don't know.
Come down here.
Kaizen walks down.
Okay, you head down the stairs. Everything is silent. Everyone is watching you as you step down, waiting for your arrival. Some of the assistants to the king look even more annoyed, because they feel like they're being ignored. As they step down.
That the King of Home, by the way?
King of Home.
Holy crap.
Step down. Angeline doesn't seem that bothered. She's taken a seat off to the side, just within earshot, but has shown honor when bowing once they arrive, but has now stepped to the side. You arrive down into position. The golden fellow, I guess, is how I will describe him, steps forward, and now that everyone is here, thank you for humoring us with a meeting. King Olarian is very appreciative. And thank you for humoring us in the request of our guest. He glances across at Kaizen. The king looks at the king, nods. Thank you for being so forward and forthcoming in how you send your message. We do not often play host to guests from other planes. And we also do not usually let non-civilians into private meetings. But we are happy to let through a little bit too. Please, our esteemed guests. Now might I ask, what exactly do we owe this meeting towards? Say again?
Nothing. Sorry, ignore me.
I'm meeting towards. At this point, the Goldfellow steps back, and the blue-dressed man that you now know to be King Elurian, as he was introduced, steps forward and glances across to everyone. We have come to pass you a warning and ask for potential assistance. For starters, he looks to Kaizan. We have not met, but you are familiar to us, as one of our fortune tellers informed us. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am King Elurian, the River King, as it would be said in common.
It is quite the honor to meet you. I am Kaizan, as I am sure you know.
I'm aware, but thank you for the politeness. Now then, I was chosen for this as I was the least busy at the time. We've come to discuss some danger that is affecting our lands, and we believe might be affecting yours. We have received reports and seen with our own eyes across our plane how best to describe it, scouting force has made its way into our plane and appears to be cataloguing everything on the way. These creatures are not like anything that has been seen for a while, but we have amongst us, including myself, people old enough to know what these things are, as they have been here before, and we know that scouting and cataloguing is the first step. We believe these creatures to be of the plane of Lor Mechanus, known as Modlins. These creatures are catalogers, and every several hundred years, they go on small scouting missions to catalog everything in the universe. This often means crossing through planes, and once their route has been set out, they don't really care what's been put up in their route beforehand. This city is not on their route, but there are cities in neighboring countries that are. Once something is in their route that wasn't in their scouted path, they don't really care. They don't change directions. They don't go around. They keep moving straight, destroying anything in their path because it's in their way. This has been happening. This will potentially be happening in less than 100 years. Way less than 100 years. We do not know exact dates. But this scouting and the potential beginnings of the march appear to have drawn out an uncomfortably unwelcome defender that we are not okay with, and we want to know if you've heard anything about it as well. There appears to be someone out there who has joined into our plane, who, anytime these scouts are met, appears to be destroying them with large animated trees and apparently an army of dogs.
What?
Who would do that?
This is not welcome, because these dogs don't appear to have been dogs in the first place. In some cases, people have gone missing. This, while they are defending, potentially, against a march that could destroy large parts of our plane and yours, is also unacceptable. We want to know if you've heard anything similar. The king leans forward. We have heard a little bit about. We have heard of potential mechanical beings. Some have in fact appeared within the city. Looks at Kaizen. You are signing a non-disclosure agreement right before you leave here, or you are losing your head.
Okay.
We have not heard about anyone turning people into dogs, though. Or I did get reports of apparently animated trees. Apparently one of our soldiers came back recently and had discovered animated. He looks at you acknowledgingly. I don't think I need to tell you this. But yes, one of our soldiers came back with a group of travelers that were detoured. And on the way they did encounter animated trees. So that at least is familiar. So, looks to Kaizen. If you are going to be here, you might as well be included. What do you have to say on this?
I have also encountered animated trees on my travel here to home. I do not know much about these forces that you speak of, but I have seen, yes, the animated trees and have defeated them as well. I do not know what has caused them to be so, though.
Interesting. Now, it may not be known to you, the Crown Court, as I will generally refer to you all, as to not let, he glances at the advisors who are looking very annoyed that they haven't had the chance to speak yet, as to not leave anyone out. Our people have had a prophecy that great things are to come to a certain person. This, glances at Kaizen, is believed to be that person. The details are super fake, much like all prophecies. We once had one person say that we once had one prophecy saying that someone would achieve a great feat, and then they accidentally messed up an enlarge spell and made their foot the size of a giant's. Prophecies can be vague. But it seems an odd coincidence to us that the potential Great Modern March might be happening again, and us to get one so close to it. We do not deal with other affairs, but, looks to the king, we do not wish for an army, we do not wish for anything. We simply ask that you can delay. The march does not happen until the scouting is complete. Anytime scouts are destroyed, their mission is set back a bit. Until we are ready to meet the march head on, this is potentially the best strategy. So, looks at Kaizen, we wanted to warn you, and just a general advice of kill on sight when it comes to the Modrins. They are not good, they are not evil, they are neutral. They are truly neutral. They do not care for your laws, they do not care for mine, they do not care for your life, they do not care for their own. They are here to document and then march. We do not know why, but we do not wish unnecessary life to be lost. We do not know their route, and as such we can't exactly evacuate. The only true successful method is to avoid delay and then defeat. This was all we were here for. Also, if you hear anything about people being turned into dogs, maybe investigate that. It's becoming quite a nuisance. We have lost several... Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. This non-Feywild getting all sorts of allergies. It's become quite a nuisance. We have lost several good people. The animated trees are making the land itself a little irritated, as they seem to be being commanded in some way. The intentions clearly are good. They appear to share the same goal as us. But like I said, it is very much a nuisance and very much inconvenient. In exchange for this, we are happy to, in exchange for your assistance in this matter, as we are understanding, we are basically asking you to pick a random enemy that we know that is our enemy and kill them on sight with no prior knowledge of your own. We understand that is strange. In exchange, we will be happy to assist via materials and potential magics, and maybe even an extra professor for your famous academy. You see Angeline leans forward a bit, but you can't tell anything because she's wearing a mask. The king leans back in his chair. So these moderns, I've gone French. They just scout and then march. Yeah? Yes, that's correct. So you want us to kill them on sight, and you want him, looks to Kaizen, to fulfill some great prophecy, which also includes killing on sight. That's certainly a succinct way of saying it, but yes. Until he is strong enough to help defeat the armies. It said he did not work alone. I hope that when the time comes, you will also take up arms and not be walked over. The king looks annoyed at this. Homeland Security fights with honor. We will never be walked over. Of course, my liege, of course. Well then. Here it is, as a sign of goodwill, he hands over he gestures to the centaurs, one of them which pulls out a small, large crate and hands to the king. Here is a gift from our people. And otherwise, we will let you discuss, and you know how to reach us. Thank you very much. And you can see everyone starts to relax a bit, as it seems like the meeting is formally over. Everyone starts to walk around and talk to each other a little bit. What do you want to do?
Kaizen kind of takes a step closer to King Alorian and kind of... Is everyone else like distracted at this point with whatever?
They're all
like,
chatting. Most of the
there?
king's people are chatting. You can see both the centaurs and the golden person has walked over to the king's people and is attempting to like clarify some more details. The two centaurs stand by the king, and as you approach, they share a look of recognition with you, but you can see their hands are still very close to weapons.
Okay.
As the king glances across at you, it's good to see you're progressing well.
I am trying to, yes.
Good.
It has all been... Well, I have not had much specific direction since I had the encounter with... Speaking of, do you know this fake creature that was hunting near my tribe that almost killed me?
I do not, I'm afraid.
Do you know
Again,
the one
not
that
my
saved
area.
me?
Forests aren't my areas.
Do you happen to know the one that saved me?
That would be a question for someone other than I.
Okay. For this, I mean, clearly this must be the destiny, what I was saved for. They spoke of things that it must be this. This is... I just don't know quite what my role is in all of it.
Destinies aren't quite as simple as that, I find.
Hmm.
And most importantly, destinies can be changed. We want your assistance because we believe that your destiny, whether you choose to follow it or not, seems to lead you down this path, at least a little bit. It might not be your only destiny. It might not even be your most important one. For us, it's a convenience. We do not wish to die at the hands of robots.
Hmm.
I say robots, they are living creatures. Warforged are a
I
different thing.
do not know much about the Modrons. Even in all of my, I don't know, transcribing of history, there is very little that I have read about them.
They are the plane of true law. It is true neutrality. They do not care. They do not think, really. They all have individual commands. They are different modern types based on how many commands they are programmed to have. A small one, a monodrone, will have a single command. This will be build, or see, or write, something like that. Most of them will have fight. However, especially in the march, a duodrone will have two commands. Fight and write, for example. And so on and so forth until you reach their god, Primus. He assisted in writing several laws that do govern and bind the planes.
What is Primus?
Primus is the first Modron.
Ah,
He
is
created
he the one who
all
gives
of them.
commands to them?
He is. We know that each Modron has a sized bit, has a thing based on their design of how many commands they have. Primus is the sort of center of all of that. He has an unlimited amount of roles and commands, etc. He cannot really be taken out. It is impossible. We're not asking you to kill Primus. It would plunge most of the realms into chaos. And as much as I'm sure he would hate that, he will probably fight you for it. But it is not convenient for us either.
Ah, does he hold the power that is responsible for the balance of things?
He is one of them. But without him, it would throw the ones that do have for the rest of the balance into unbalance.
That is strange to have a necessary evil in the world. But I suppose that is how
evils,
things go.
A lot of evils are necessary. Everything,
Indeed.
especially gods, has its place. Just because it's not convenient to the rest of us, doesn't mean it shouldn't exist. For example, I could kill another Fey Lord. Likelihood is, though, someone else would take their place. I don't know
And
if
then the
you've heard
cycle
of
will
the...
continue.
Indeed. I do not know if you've heard of the rise of the Raven Queen, for example.
I have heard a little bit.
She is not the first god of death. She is the second god of death. After ascending, at the cost of the first god of death.
Right, I think the Raven Queen was once mortal.
She was.
So, that means one has the power to become a god if they so find the means to do it.
Potentially. The method the Raven Queen used has long since been destroyed. But that does not
What
mean
was
there are
that
no
method?
other methods. Don't know. Like I said, it's a method. It's gone now. No one else ever had the chance.
And what are these other methods that you know of?
I enjoy being a Fey Lord, Kaizen. It does make me powerful. Do not think I would attempt to be a god if I had the chance. I am called the humble king, but that's by the people who are paid to do my marketing.
Indeed. It is the significance of all of it. Hard to understand all of it, I suppose.
Your destiny will
What?
find a way to reveal itself, Kaizen.
Yes, and now I know more, so I thank you for that, as I now have direction that was lacking.
Of course. Again, remember, this might not be your only destiny. It might not even be your most important. It is the one that was relevant enough to us that a prophecy was created for it, and your life was saved to create that prophecy. To us, it would be a very big deal, and we would be very grateful.
Yes, I fully wish to realize it. It is why I left my home in the first place, so I could find out more about it, grow, become stronger. And now that I have, I think I am ready to try to face whatever this destiny might be, or as you say, perhaps multiple destinies. But I have been waiting for something for my entire life, and here it is. So
Well, that is a wonderful start in terms of attitude. If there is... This is not a perfect solution, and it will not potentially even be always me who answers it, but he hands you what appears to be a small conch shell as he hands it over to you. Speak into that if you need advice. Its power is limited, it might work once a day, and it will not always be me that answers it. It's spotty. But if you find yourself lost, it might be helpful.
a connection to the Feywild.
In a way.
I thank you.
Of course. Now then, I should probably go speak to some of these advisors before that one points at one who you can see a little bit of a squatter man, a little bit older than some of the rest of them. He is glaring around the golden guy, directly at you. The second you look at him, he looks away. Before that one blows his top.
Yes, some of these people, I do not understand why they act how they do.
Some people like to feel like they're the most important. However, he's in the presence of two kings and a chosen one. He can get over it.
I know people such as this. Yes.
Anyway, I find the best method in those scenarios is to humor them and make them feel like they are the most important. It is when they are the most, because who knows, one day they might be.
Maybe so. Yes.
The pleasure has been mine, Kaizen.
I do not know what to say other than thank you, and I will very much try to complete my destiny.
Wonderful. A start is made with a single step. If you see a Modron, kill it.
Okay.
Or at least
I
stop
will
it
do
getting
that.
back to its plane. As long as they can't report, it will do a similar job. Anyway, thank you again.
Okay.
He gestures to the two
Yes.
centaur, who both give you a bow, and they walk over to the rest of the assistants. You can see Angeline is watching you. You can see her eyes below the mask. She's watching you.
Kaizen will first give a deep bow to the king and the centaurs and all the Feywild people.
Yeah.
And then go to what's her name? The Angeline.
Angeline.
Archmage.
Archmage Angeline.
Yeah.
She glances over. My. I've got the wrong voice. I can't remember what the voice was. Wasn't this? It's this now. My.
Yes, I mean, I knew it was something to do with this, but it's still a lot to try to process.
Indeed. This was not exactly an area of my expertise to begin with, although I will admit turning people into dogs and trees does sound familiar. It's the kind of thing I would teach. Won't lie, I've turned someone into a dog in the past. Not permanently. It was... How do the non-magic people say? It was just a prank, bro.
Ah, I have heard of this, yes. But, do you happen to know of any people or dogs that have been turned into people?
Dogs have been turned into people.
Yes.
She smiles a little. I know of one.
Ah. Do you know what it would take to change them back into a dog?
There are some magics that would do it. Depends on how powerful the spell was. I mean, in theory, a simple dispel magic could do it if it was cast high enough. Was able to defeat the initial enchantment. In theory. Theories don't always
Okay.
work out in practice. That's why we have schools.
That is true, that is true. You must be curious about, I believe, King Olorian said there was a professor that could be brought to your academy.
I will never say no to more expansion of knowledge. Having someone
yes.
from another plane could certainly bring new information.
Indeed. When that person arrives, could you let me know?
Certainly. That seems fair. You certainly got me into a interesting conversation and got me some books to order. Speaking of which, I fully intend on ordering some books about Modrons.
Ah, yes.
I know of a library that might have them. I do not have many myself.
Is the library around here?
Not a library around here, no. Wrong country, I'm afraid.
Ah, country.
Yes.
Oh, where then?
Hang on. Lost my map. Shit. Which tab is it on? Which tab is it on? Son of a... I've actually lost my world map. That's almost it. There we go. I believe the country I would expect most likely to have it would be Valoria. I believe there are some monasteries there that might have notes and libraries of old enough origin.
Okay. Perhaps I will, if my travels end up taking me there.
Well, if
I
you
will
ever feel
try
like being a
to-
postman,
I think perhaps my destiny is not going to take me in that route. But I do not know. Perhaps that was the other part of my destiny.
oh, some of the most famous people of all time were postmen. You ever heard of Hermes?
I cannot say I have.
A god of one of the major pantheons. Also a postman.
I see now. That is fascinating.
Different jobs, different opportunities.
Perhaps then. But yes, I thank you for informing me of this meeting.
I was, in this case, simply the postman.
That is true. That is true.
Well then,
Hmm.
I should probably go prepare a new office.
Yes, I think congratulations, I suppose.
Yes, I
Maybe.
sure hope the city's paying for that and not me. Maybe the Feywild will
And
pay
it-
for it. Save us all a bit of grief.
Maybe with what they are asking of you in your city, it seems like they are willing to help and assist in the ways that they can.
It seems so. Well then, good luck on your prophecy, Kaiser.
Hmm.
Just remember, just because something was given only to you doesn't mean it's a burden you cannot share.
Hmm. Okay. Thank you for your advice.
Of course. She stands up and... But you can see her mutter something under her breath. The king perks up, glances over and nods to her, and she walks out.
Kaizen will then go towards the King of Home.
Okay.
Oh
Alrighty.
my god.
Here's a wonderful question because my brain is mush. Henry, did I send you a name for him?
No, I don't even know his name.
Well, it's gonna be fun.
It's Stuart now. I've decided.
I mean, I'm thinking I have another thing I have another plan in mind, which I think might be fun and also very confusing.
You don't like Stuart the King?
I do like Stuart the King, but so Kaizen, you head over there. You see him currently finishing up a talk with
Hey.
one of the centaurs and one of his advisors, who is currently talking about the idea. Mentioned Tesco? Yeah, it's not Tesco. Who is currently talking about like how much might they would have to spare for standard patrols to try and find these things, and if there are any drawings available. He looks up from that conversation, sees you approaching. Kaizen, was it?
Yes, that is my name. I understand it is not customary to allow individuals such as I into meetings such as these, so
This has
thank you
been-
for that.
This has been a very unusual meeting. As such, greetings. I am King
Yes.
Kratzel.
King Kratzel. It is a
If you don't know how to
pleasure
spell it,
meet
ask
you.
Kendrick.
Yep.
Post it in the chat, pretty please.
Literally my dad.
Oh, I guessed correctly. Wow.
Wait, like Kendrick's dad or Leonhard's
It's
dad?
his surname.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's his real life surname. Wait, is your dad's first name King? 'Cause if so, that would be a hell of a coincidence.
Well, since I was the child, I had to address him as such. So.
Oh.
Kaiser Kratzel. Yeah.
Have you heard of the Modrons before?
It is not my job to know things as such, but no, I have not been informed.
Okay. I don't know how much weight you put onto the destinies of the Feywild, but for me, it is the most real thing that I know. And I'm going to try to accomplish this. I think some of it does indeed relate to the Modron and not letting them do what they want to do. And part of that, I suppose, your city is in their path. And I want to stop them. But in stopping them, I think I have been traveling with a few companions. One of them is part of the guard of your town. His name is Sir Leonhard.
Not anymore, as of the moment.
Ah, you know of him.
I have been made aware of the situation there.
Okay. Yes, I may perhaps you know as well, have been. He was given a task and we have been trying to complete it to some
and
success. We are making progress.
I am glad, and of course you would never dream of discussing such not controversial, secretive,
Overt?
no, confidential matters in such a public setting with potentially some new allies, yeah?
No,
No, of course you
of
wouldn't.
course not.
Of course.
But I suppose the point was Sir Leonhard has been a formidable ally to myself, and I was wondering if it was in your power as king to, I don't know what, but he has helped me, or I have helped him, and so perhaps he can help me with defeating the Modron. If perhaps it is in your power to, I don't know, grant him something,
I
so
have
that
been keeping an eye on the people who I employ to do so have been keeping an eye on Sir Leonhard, and as such, on you and your friends. All of your fates appear to be, if you believe in that thing, intertwined.
I suppose so.
However, if you want help from us, home is a city based on honor, most of all.
Understood.
Do not shoot people in the back, Kaiser. Not that you ever would. Not when they are running away.
The fuck?
Okay.
Unless they mean unless of course they mean actual harm to the city, and have expressed as such.
Of course, you want to protect your city,
We want to
and your
protect
lands.
our reputation.
Mm.
If something is going to, I don't know, random example, burn down the city, I would want you to give your all for that. If an enemy is surrendering and running, we capture. We do not kill. You do not kill a surrendered man.
Yes. Okay.
Not that any of this is relevant to you. Just general advice. A key that our city has been built on and wish to keep.
Yes, it is strange for me to be here, as I mean no offense, but your home is not my home, but it
Of
has come
course.
to be.
We
It
have
has
been made
come
aware
to
the
be.
name is very confusing. We have no intention of changing it.
Not that I would expect you to, as it is your city, but I think that home has helped me learn some things recently, and perhaps if it helps me in whatever this destiny leads me to, then sure, I will be willing to try to help protect home.
Wunderbar. That's good to hear, Kaizen. We will keep an eye out for you, if we need you. If we ever need a prophesized one, as it were, in this particular area, we know where to find you.
Okay.
Your recommendation of Sally and Hart has been noted.
Thank you. That is good. Also, another one of my companions, I suppose you know of us, Shivari.
Shivari and Woof, I believe, were your companions.
Yes.
Also,
Shivari.
Rosie, Emmy, and Carol? An unusual name.
Yes, my companions like to travel with other companions, I suppose, of the animal variety.
It doesn't maybe. I've been hearing stories. I've been thinking about getting a pet myself, but we will see.
So I have not had one myself, but it appears they give Wolf great joy. So that is good.
So yeah,
But
what do you want to say?
Shivari wanted to attend the academy that you have here of
Are you attempting to
hexing
ask
and
me that you're
herbalism.
someone you have just met? After I have so graciously allowed you into my palace for a recommendation for your friend into the academy. You can see he has a smirk. He's clearly enjoying attempting to make you squirm. It still looks playful though. He looks honestly quite friendly.
I mean, I suppose I do not see it quite as you do. Perhaps you are not wrong. But if I am to help me and my companions, if our destinies are intertwined, are to help you defend your city, if there is power that you hold to be able to assist us to be able to do so, I don't mean to tell you what is correct for you to do or not, but our hopes and our goals are aligned with that of home in this matter, I think.
Make a persuasion check.
Let's go! Oh!
Oh no!
You're right, it is not for you to say what is wrong or right. I will consider it. Perhaps you should maybe look into other resources at your disposal. In the meantime.
Kill.
Now, if you do not mind, I have. You can see he's looking at you. He's clearly not gotten the rise out of you he wanted, but he's like, I should probably get back to important city-saving matters.
Of course. Yes, okay.
He nods and turns back to his advisor. It's not the one who was glaring at you earlier. That one you can see. You glance over at that one, you can see he is glaring at you while talking to a centaur. The second you look at him again, he turns away.
Why is he so mad?
Because Kaiser's talking to really important people, and he had to work years to do that.
You're right.
Alright, I guess everyone's at this point is kind of like just
They're pretty into
having their own conversations. Yeah. Okay. I guess Kaizen will kind of just like stand around, just like observing until people start to like leave or he's like explicitly dismissed. But
people are slowly starting to file out. You can see the centaurs. What you overhear a conversation to hear that the golden person is an Eladrin, and King Lorien are offered to stay in the castle for the night before being gated back tomorrow because the Archmage has disappeared. So they can't go home today. So they head off in that direction. As people start to file out, you take initiative and head out yourself. What's
Okay.
everyone else been up to during this time? You had another hour or two.
Well, for
Like-
Shivari, it's going to take her 8 hours to transcribe all the spells that she's putting into her
Jabari
book,
continues
so-
to spell. Leonhart Woof.
I have been with my puppy and kitty.
Alright. Did you want to do another training, or are you good?
No, she's tired today. I
Wanna
think
try
we're
cat
just
training?
hanging out. I will try to. Yes, I will try to train the cat.
Okay, what do you want to train the cat to do?
I still want to train her to lift her tail up.
Okay, go for it. Animal handling. AC, DC a lot higher, because cat.
Yeah. You can train cats though.
You can, but it's harder.
Oh no, Carol, please.
Carol is not having it.
Oh, Carol.
Every time you try to sit her down,
Wait.
you're just like, alright, Carol, we're going over this today. Carol just stands up and walks away.
I'm so like literally an idiot with a fish in my hand. I'm like, come on, Carol. Come on, Carol. Come on. And she's just walking away from me.
Yep. Clearly wants the fish, but the second she realizes she has to do something for it, she's out.
Oh, Carol.
Alrighty.
Leonhard, after he's handed in the report, he would make his way over to the armor smith. He bought the adamantine chainmail from the fancy armor smith.
You didn't buy that here. You bought that in the previous town.
Oh crap, that's right. I got the sword here. Then he makes his way over to the swordsmith.
Okay.
The one you owe money to?
Yep.
That one that I owe 2,000 gold to. Yep.
You head over to it. You head over there. I don't remember his voice, but he's
I
there.
don't remember his name either. So
Oh wow, with
He sounds like a dwarf. He sounds like your stereotypical dwarf.
Alright. Oh, hey lad.
Well, Leonhard walks in, not kicks the door, but pushes the door open.
Oh,
Pushes the door
good to
open.
see ya. You here to pay off in full or in part?
I am here to strike a bargain, good sir.
That's sounding like I can't pay off for me, but I'm interested.
Well, you just wait until you get to see what I'm about to offer you.
Aye.
See, your sword has done outstandingly well in my latest efforts. I'm sure you've heard about the ruckus in town that has been caused by these winged creatures. You know,
What, the
as
bandits that lost control of the dragons and then killed them.
Now
You're a
between you
bandit.
and me, guess who took care of the dragons?
You're a bandit.
Well, either way, Leonhard opens his pouch and then, turns his back a little bit towards the merchant so he doesn't see what he's taken out. And then in like a super dramatic spin, he he just slaps one of the dragon scales onto the counter.
Oh. You're able to saying you scrounge some. And you know what? I don't care how you got it. How many you got?
I'm going to tell you this, good sir. I didn't take it. I didn't take it illegally.
I don't care how you got it.
Outstanding. No questions asked. I see. A man of my liking.
I had one question asked. How many you got?
Well, there could be another one. Where that came from?
What am I supposed to do with 2 dragon scales? Make some really shit shoulder pads? Come on.
Well, you could sell them to someone else who might be willing to pay a hefty amount of money for it.
For 2 dragon scales. There's very little that can be made from 2 dragon scales, lad. You had a couple.
Well, 2
and
dragon
make
scales
something
is
of
a
them.
start, isn't it?
This isn't a reward, it's an investment in your future.
Is there okay, Leonhard? While he's haggling and going back and forth with this guy. It's 2 dragon scales though. It's a good start. He takes a quick glance around. If there is anything in the shop that features like an antler or like a deer helmet or something.
Give me a moment. Da, da,
Whether it's ornate or whether it's an actual part of the armor, or like a hunting trophy or
Okay.
something.
Video's probably frozen because I'm tabbed out trying to find antler things. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong side. That's gonna solve my issues a fair amount. It's antlers? Oh wait, no, you're not asking him. You're searching.
Yeah, he's just looking around and see if he's got anything of that sort.
Okay. It doesn't appear to have anything with antlers on it from
Okay.
the options that have shown up on my list.
Are there any hunting trophies in that shop?
Yeah, not really. It's a magic shop / weaponsmith.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna offer you this, good sir. You receive 500 gold pieces, the 2 dragon scales, and the most majestic of elk antlers that you have ever seen. And trust me, when I say majestic, you look at this face, you look at this man, you bet it is majestic.
You're gonna tell me they're majestic, or you're gonna show me they're majestic? Majestic is relative, friend.
Antlers taller than you. No offense taken, I hope.
None taken. Alright, so how much does I'm trying to do the math on how much a dragon scale should cost. I'm only finding out like how much a dragon scale costs in pounds, not in scales. God damn. Okay. Who measures things in pounds? D&D, please. Alrighty.
It's like 45 gold, if I recall correctly, from my campaign when I was searching.
Okay.
Wait, how much?
45.
Like 45.
Holy crap, I thought that was way more.
Yeah, that sounds right. It seems to be slightly a match of what I'm looking at. Alrighty. So 2 scales and some antlers that are big.
You call it big, I prefer to call it majestic.
Big? One antler or both?
Both, of course.
And you want this in exchange for money off the sword?
Absolutely. And perhaps, after slaying these dragons and bringing, glory to the name of Sir Leonhard von Griever, I feel in a good mood. 600 gold.
600
And?
gold plus some random ass antlers I haven't seen yet, and 2 dragon scales.
And Leonhard, Dragon Slayer of Home von Griever, will forever be in your debt. And spread the name when he goes forth to slay more of these vicious creatures in Home. To let everyone know where he got the beautiful sword from that accomplishes all these feats.
Tell you what. if these antlers are half as majestic as you say, then them and the dragon scales, and I'll take 500 off the price. So 1,500 gold left to pay.
Wait. So is he suggesting these things are
Combined
500
cost
gold
500
combined?
gold. Yes.
Okay, so if I give him the 500 that I offered, it's 1,000 left to pay.
If you give him 500
Because I
that you
offered him
offered
500
and
gold
give him
in-
the antlers and the dragon scales, you have 1,000 left to pay.
You are a tenacious merchant, I see.
I don't know how much your fucking antlers are worth. It's overly generous, if anything.
If we could extend the time I would have available to, find the remaining 1,000 gold pieces,
By
we have
my
a
count,
deal.
you have 3 days left.
That is true. 3 days left.
Can't do it in 3 days.
Do I look like a wizard to you?
No, you look like a rich kid.
Oh my god!
A rich kid that has even richer parents. That is true.
Tell him that.
One additional week, and we've got
One-
ourselves a deal,
another
good sir.
week.
What do you say?
You can have 4 more days. Make it another full week from now. But you're paying 1,600 gold. 100 gold for 4 days worth of rent.
You're gonna have to go see your dad.
Or ask Ruth.
I shall accept. Yet, good sir, you do not reject an offer made by Sir Leonhard von Griever that easily. The next time you end up having trouble with Homeland Security, you better do not ask for my assistance. And then he
This is a
turns
shakedown.
around. I shall see you, and I have nothing else to say to you.
He looks at you incredulously as you walk out the shop. He is so shocked.
Right, Leonhard is so smiling to himself right now, and then just walks whistling over back to the golden unicorn,
Okay.
grabbing the antlers,
Okay. Grab the antlers.
and then I guess there could be some sort of courier service, right? People just transporting stuff and delivering
Yeah,
stuff.
You could hire a courier.
All right, and he would basically tell the address of the shop and put. Oh man, would he really trust that much gold? Are they reliable? Like, do people often send larger amounts of money with these dudes?
Depends which courier service. Depends how much you want to pay.
A rather trustworthy one.
Then, then probably 15 gold, 5 gold for the actual thing, 10 gold worth of insurance, basically. So if they lose it, they pay the cost of the items.
Yep, definitely. He would definitely do that, and then just put 500 gold into the pouch. The huge antlers of the gigantic elk that we fought some sessions ago.
Yep.
I'm gonna delete those and the 2 dragon scales.
Okay.
And he would probably also add a short note where he basically just writes, like he just writes like a less than 3, like a little heart, and an L dot, and then he adds that to the to the package.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Leonhard is toxic.
Yeah. Cool. Less than an hour from you leaving, 2 members of Homeland Security come into the bar, seeing you in the corner, and walk straight over to you.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Sir Leonhart. We have just received a report that you apparently attempted to threaten and shake down a merchant. Threatening to not do your duty under Homeland Security, despite also currently not being under Homeland Security. We don't want to believe this. We want to know your side of the story.
Well, how can I not fulfill my duty if I'm not in the ranks of Homeland Security? As you can see, I don't have a badge.
Of course, but that shouldn't mean you should be making any comments about being useful or in any ways related to Homeland Security.
Well, the dwarf, I presume it was the dwarf who contacted you?
We would not disclose such a thing.
Well,
As
we
you
had
should
a
know.
little bit of a disagreement on payment, and perhaps he must have misunderstood.
Well, what did you say? What did you say? We don't want to believe that you attempted to use your position of power to manipulate a citizen of Home. We don't want that to
Of
be
course
true.
not.
So
The
tell us
dwarf
what
and
you
I,
said.
we've known each other for quite some time now. He was quite the tenacious haggler, and with let's keep this amongst ourselves, though. Being a little bit short on money, I simply asked for an extension of my debt so I could find the funds to repay him accordingly.
Yeah, he
and
mentioned so.
yes. You can imagine how embarrassing it would have been for me for it to be made public if I wasn't able to pay the merchant that I purchased the sword from. That, by the way, slew the dragons in this town.
Sorry, what?
Nothing. Excuse me.
They look at each other. They're like, you can see in the eyes of what is happening. Do we arrest? I'm not sure.
Well, good sirs, I appreciate you fulfilling your duty as honorable members of Homeland Security. However, since I'm not on duty myself right now, and I was strictly told to keep a low profile, I find it hard to believe to have said such a thing. And if I made any notions for the dwarf to believe so, I will not hesitate to make a formal excuse. And if you know who I am and what my name stands for, you would know. You can check my record.
Look, we don't want to take you in or anything like that. You write up a formal apology, and we hear nothing. We don't hear of you trying to abuse your position of power again, and we're going to ignore this entire thing. But next time we speak to him, we want to hear there was a written apology.
And the written apology he shall receive. I wish there was any power in my current situation that I could use. But as you can see, and once again he shows to his blank chainmail with no badge on it. As it is, life at the moment is rather unspectacular for me.
They nod. Our apologies are with you, Sir Leonhart, but we really don't want to have to hear about this again.
And you shall not. I respect you and the service you do for this city and for this kingdom.
They both look around. You can see they both look around just to see if there are any other members of Homeland Security inside, and then both give a very quick salute to you. We hope you get reinstated soon, Sir Leonhart. Please don't make us do this again.
My thanks, and he gives a very courteous bow.
Okay. They leave.
And then goes upstairs and writes another letter.
Okay. By this point, right before you head upstairs, as the two members of Homeland Security are leaving, Kaizen arrives back as well. So Kaizen, you pass two members of Homeland Security, just as Leonhart is getting up from a table. Wolf and Shivari are currently upstairs. Leonhart, you would also see Kaizen enter as they leave.
Kaizen, I was on my way upstairs again because of a rather unfortunate encounter with a dwarf merchant in town. You know, the one that I owe this beauty to, and he points towards the sword.
How was it unfortunate?
Unfortunate as to the fact that this dwarf proved to be quite the unshakable, trading partner.
Tried to cheat him and he said no.
Did you try to bargain?
I tried to bargain. I offered him the dragon scales. I offered him. Remember these giant elks we fought and the majestic antlers they had?
Ah, yes. It was the one behind the barn.
Exactly.
One time.
That it
Yes.
was.
It was quite a marvelous creature. Yes.
Yeah, I tried to share some of the trophies that we worked so hard to collect next to a little bit of pocket money. Yet he refused to. He actually quite outrageously tried to, in my opinion, cheat on me, asking for additional money for a mere amount of a couple extra days of borrowing the sword. Quite frankly, he probably forced me to visit my parents.
Is that such a bad thing for you?
You don't know my parents.
I do not. No. So perhaps it is.
Yes.
Hmm.
Most unfortunate. Most unfortunate. See, my mother, she's a fairy. She's an enchanting creature. Enchanting human being. My father, on the other hand, is everything I try to avoid to be. He's a brute. He is, excuse my choice of words, an ugly being. Spending most of his time doing nasty things, gambling, drinking, and whoring around. The only good thing about this whole misery is that my mother has thus far been spared of knowledge of his escapades.
And that is also an unfortunate circumstance. I am sorry to hear.
Well, unfortunately, as it is in society these days, I'm afraid my mother won't be able to pay the bills, to pay my debts alone. She will likely need consent of my father, since it is him that runs the business, that runs, the estate.
Yes. You said you were heading upstairs. Do you mind if I speak with you there? Interesting things I have learned.
I mean, your company is most appreciated, Kaizen. It would be my pleasure.
Okay.
Alright.
As I'm gonna follow Leonhard upstairs. Yeah.
Are you gonna grab the rest of the group on the way, or just you and Leonhard?
Kaizen intended just to be Leonhard for now.
Okay, that's fine. I think now's probably a good time to have our part-time break. So we'll jump back into Kaizen and Leonhard heading into a room to discuss. And when we come back, it will be more. Everyone, thank you very much for watching so far. We had an alert, and I've lost it. I've lost the alerts page. I definitely saw that Baha subbed with his with subscribe with Twitch Prime.
Oh.
Also, I forgot to say at the start, Crowan, that was a spectacular comeback to even make that a 2-3. That was really well done.
Thanks.
That was definitely entertaining to watch. But yeah, I saw a sub with Twitch Prime. And now I'm just bringing up the alerts, see what I missed. We had a couple follows in the form of Toko Choc and Deadlights. I assume I'm pronouncing that horribly. But everyone, thank you very much for watching. We will be back in about 3 minutes, and also thank you everyone who submitted art for the art video that now plays pre the stream and during breaks, which will be what I am sending you all to right now. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you all.
Do you know what happened to Draconi Tetcher? Haven't seen her in a while, and her amazing art was so cool to see.
She's still around. She's still around. She's a little busy at the moment. She appears on Discord every now and again, but I think she's a little busy at the moment for Mondays at least.
Okay.
So there you go. Alrighty. Thank you all very much for watching. See you all in a moment. And we're back. Hello, everyone. So, when we left off, other than insane revelations and nearly getting arrested, very little happened. No, I'm joking. Kaizen went to the meeting with the envoy of the Feywild. Got to meet the king. Somewhere, for some reason, Leonhart just became unnecessarily angry. or unnecessarily jealous. Doesn't know why. We've spent the day training her puppy and cat, and attempting to train her cat, and failing. His cat, sorry. And Shivari spent the day writing spells into her spellbook. Leonhardt then negotiated what I thought was a very good deal in his favour, and nearly got arrested. Kaizan has arrived back after his meeting with the envoys. Kaizan and Leonhardt are heading up to Leonhardt's room. Wolf and Shivari, I'll say you'll be finishing up your individual activities. I'll say it's late enough that Shivari, you'll be finishing up your writings by the time Leonhardt and Kaizan finish the conversation. So you guys can all regroup after that. So,
Okay.
Kaizan and Leonhardt, you head into Leonhardt's room, I assume.
Yep.
Alrighty. You head inside. Close the door behind you. The ship has set sail. No, I'm joking. Okay.
Leonhardt, do you know anything about the Modrons?
Excuse me, the what? The Modrons?
Yes, apparently they are sort of programmed creatures. Yeah, well, I went to a meeting with some like powerful people in home like officials. I think the king was there as well, and some representatives of the Feywild. It is
Leonhardt sits down and is like, he's like, Kaizen, you're just mentioning this like it was a walk in the park. You've met the king?
yes, I met the king. I spoke with him briefly.
What?
The voice from the great beyond says, met two kings, actually.
Kaizen, you have met and talked to King Kratzel V of his name, the reigning ruler of home.
Yes. It was a important meeting of people. I mean, he was there.
Did you? What did you say to him? Did you touch his hand? Did you shake his hand in greetings, or?
I did not.
At this point,
no.
it's safe to say that Leonhardt has never talked to the king, right? It's like a.
You've
freaking
definitely
honor.
you've seen him repeatedly.
Yep.
You've been in parades and stuff like that. But no, you personally have not spoken to the king.
Right. And the Mordreds, I think that's super top secret knowledge. Like, common people wouldn't know about that, right?
About the what, sorry?
The Mordreds.
Modrons?
The Modrons, sorry.
Oh no, you have no idea what that is.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, okay, I suppose there's some explanation, and I did not explain it before because I did not quite know much about it, but I know more now. I also met, at this meeting, the Archmage summoned people from the Feywild, but not just any people, but the King Olorian from the Feywild. And
Kaizen, who are you?
I am Kaizan. But before I left my village, where I am from, I was attacked by some evil, some corrupted fey creature, and I would have died if it were not for another from the Feywild who came and hunted that one down and saved me and gave me a sort of gift. And in that gift was a prophecy, and I did not know much more about it until now, and I think something about that prophecy means I have to defend, or at least assist in defending, from these Modrons, and they are, if you do not know, they are programmed sort of creatures. Apparently they scout many planes, and once after they scout, they go destroy anything in their path. I did not know much about them before, but this is a real threat, and your king has a knowledge of this as well, and is prepared for this threat.
Kaizen, tell me, what did he wear? What did the king wear?
Well, he is rather a skinny individual, but he had on. What did he have on? I just turns out he had a
He
golden
was
crown
wearing,
and like red cape.
Yeah,
I
red
think.
cape, very tight
Yeah.
white shirt with a lot of silks over it. Like it looks almost like scarves, but they're clearly draped and almost solid items. They seem to be attached in some places. It's hard to tell.
Yes, he had on a lot of silks, a red cape, crown. I don't know, just nice clothing for a king, I suppose.
Just realized I didn't describe his trousers. I'm not going to say he wasn't wearing pants. It was very nice white trousers.
Okay, so Leonhard repeats, white, okay, white trousers. Red seems to be in fashion then when the king was... excuse me, Kaizen. You see, such matters at court, if we ever receive an audience, could make the difference between... Yes, but I fully understand
okay.
the severity of the prophecy and the Modrons, and yes.
Yes, I probably... I don't think the king wanted me to disclose this information, but...
So it's at that moment that across the city, the king's in his chamber. It's like, ah, shit! I forgot to make him sign the non-disclosure agreement.
But I trust you, Leonhard, and of course your aims and your goals lie with the protection of home, and it seems that this is a very important matter. It might not happen for some years, as the King Olurion had mentioned, but it is the start of it, from whatever these Modrons are.
See, Kaizen, these machines, programmable beings, the Modrons, are they threatening home or any other civilization on this plane, or who's endangered by these creatures?
I don't think they were specifically targeting home, but areas around home. And it is said that they destroy anything in their path. So maybe home would happen to be within kind of the crossfire of the path, perhaps. I do not know. It seems they bring widespread destruction where they go.
Well, the city of home doesn't have to be threatened directly to be threatened, you know. If the surroundings, the outskirts are threatened, refugees will have to be brought into the city, and who knows, our neighbors, people, they may think that the king can no longer protect his people. And I fully agree with you. We cannot let these machines go rampant in these parts. And if these allies of the Feywild, as you called them, if they require our help, perhaps it is of mutual interest that we stop this threat together.
Yes, actually, I mean, I don't know much. I know a little bit more now about my prophecy and destiny, but I was given some wise counsel that I do not have to perhaps share this burden alone. And seeing as though our fates have taken us here and we are still together, perhaps you also have a role to play here. And perhaps so does Woof and Shivari.
Yes, our group has successfully mastered many a threat to, as I would see it, almost always exclusively stellar results. And
Almost.
almost. I don't see, and he gives Kaizen a confident smile, how a pack of mindless machines, as you described them, could have any chance against the combined sword and bow of you and I, Kaizen.
Well, I do not think they are just a pack. I think they are armies that transcend planes.
Kaizen, at this point, with your passive perception, due to some terrible rolls on my part, you would hear outside the window to the room, dink!
Kaizen stops talking immediately and walks over to the window. Looks.
Okay, curtains are currently drawn. Pull the curtain. You find yourself just face to face with a guy in a wearing a black mask, black clothes, and a hood, with a scroll on his hand. You can see just below the mask, his eyes are wide.
Kaizen just like grabs him, tries to drag him into the room.
You drag him in. He's lying down. Guten Tag. I thought you were out.
Excuse me.
He looks at Leonhardt. This is for you. If anyone asks, I left it on your dresser. May I go?
Kaizen, hold this man a little longer, and Leonhardt would then just open the letter and read it.
It simply says, continue your investigation.
No signature?
There is a crest that you recognize to be of the royal court. You do not know, it is not a specific to any one person. Ooh, I just got bounties today. On Twitch, yay.
No.
Cool, sorry, continue.
What did you hear?
I just got here. He points to the window and you can see a grappling hook like on the windowsill.
Insight check.
Okay.
11.
Seems to be truthful.
Alright. Do you often have messengers who come through your window?
In fact, I don't. In fact, this is the first time that I've received a message in person in my room.
Does
this guy-
You're usually gone by this point today.
Does this guy wear like an official, like, does he look credible?
He is in all black, but you can notice underneath the black you can see what appears to be just a regular
Cartoon-
sort of common clothes.
cartoony
Oh Jesus, sorry.
Game.
Actually, just
No?
sorry everyone. I just loaded up Twitch and it automatically played a thing. So I was looking at bounty stuff. Sorry, carry on.
Leonhardt is asking him, well, sir, if the letter you delivered looks quite official, do you have anything to prove that you are indeed working for the person that gave you this letter?
He looks to Kaizen. He reaches inside and he takes off one of his black gloves and you can see what appears to be a ring holding the same insignia.
That's quite the imposing ring. Well then, Kaizen, I think we can let this one go.
Okay.
Seems to be working for the king and the royal court.
Kaizen very slowly lets go.
He doesn't attempt to fight. He gently stands up, brushes himself off a bit. Sorry. If we never see each other again, then I am doing my job better. And he just walks. I don't know if you've ever seen the IT crowd. He does the... if you haven't seen it, he basically walks up to the window, steps onto the windowsill, and in the same footstep, just thump, out the window. Not jump, but literally walk, thump, out the window.
Yep.
Gotcha.
There isn't much in this letter to be read, but I guess since you've been so open to me, Kaizen, I don't see a reason why you shouldn't read it. Just hands him over.
Kaizen looks at it, reads it.
The 3 words that are in it.
Yeah.
Also, good to see someone else here recognizes the IT crowd, because goddamn, it's a fun show. The British version, not the American remake.
Is this investigation referring to what we have been doing already?
I would assume so, Kaizen. Remember what we found out about the Emerald Order? It seems that we're now set loose to investigate in this organization.
Yes, things keep progressing. I suppose perhaps we'll be able to find out more soon.
That is true. But Kaizen, I would like to thank you for your revelations. This is turning out to be quite the exciting ride in the grand scheme of things.
Yes, that it is. And there is still more to come. But
Could I, which hand of yours did touch the king?
I did not actually touch the king. I just spoke.
Well then, I am honored to breathe the same air of a man who spoke to the king.
I must touch the lips that those which touch the same air as the king. Sorry, I'm just doing my little thing in my head here.
Do you think we should inform the others of the things you just talked about?
Yes, that is what I was going to ask. I know there has been some concern with Wolf recently about, things that Wolf interprets the way he does.
The allies he thinks he sees in others?
Yes. I would hope that the threat such as the Modron would be a rather self-explanatory threat, but I suppose you never know. I don't know how Wolf thinks.
Yeah, Sometimes I don't think Wolf knows either of what he thinks.
I feel really insulted across the hall all of a sudden.
But you're right, Kaizen. Perhaps if these Modrons, they behave as ruthlessly and brutally as you suggested, even Wolf couldn't see something good in them.
You literally just shook down a guard. Okay.
Yes, I think sometimes all of us do not understand everything about what we do or what we think, but...
That is true.
Do you ever feel like we're Mystery Science Theatering our own show?
My bad.
But
It's fine, I'm doing it as well.
I think it is probably important to mention to them about this threat. Perhaps, I don't know, not about everything, but just that there is a threat that we might have to handle. I mean, I will be the one for sure who does it, and if you all want to accompany, then that is fine, but this is definitely my task that I must realize.
See, I know that sounds arrogant, but you're probably right. Just due to the actual damage output.
Kaizen, as long as my duties are not bound to Homeland Security, the King, City, I should go wherever you go.
Thank you.
especially if it serves such a noble cause.
Indeed, I think the protection of the world is a necessary cause.
Well said. Let's inform the others.
Okay.
Alrighty. So you're gonna head across the hall to Woof and Javari's rooms and get her attention, and then whose room are you meeting in? Also, who gets who?
Kazan will go get Wolf.
Okay. Leonhard goes and gets Shavari.
Okay.
Alrighty. Fetch each other unless there's any RP wanting to be done there, and then whose room are you meeting in?
Probably just Leonhardt's room because we're already there, I guess.
And it's the largest and nicest room, probably.
That's true, you did get the didn't you? Okay.
Mhm.
You head back across. Quick question, Woof, do you bring Emmy and Carol into Leonhardt's room?
Of course.
Leonhardt, you see Emmy eyeing your pillows. And there's a lot of them. You
Well,
see
technically
Woof
speaking,
also eyeing your pillows.
Wow, this is excessive.
You want to touch the pillows?
Something like that.
Listen, Wolf, these things do not belong to me. If any damage were to befall these items, you would probably have to pay for them. A friendly warning.
Okay, that makes sense. Still gonna do it.
Is that a cat?
This is Carol. You know Carol.
What does Carol look like?
Carol is a
She's a white
pure
cat.
white fluffy cat. She's the one that you ordered Woof to keep an eye on when you went to deal with the hag that had Shavari.
That
Woof
is
has
true.
had it this entire time.
That is true. I must have forgotten about how much Carol had grown. Last
Oh yeah, she's magnificent. I brush her every day. She doesn't like it, but it has to be done.
Outstanding. Well then, I think the reason of this little summit over here is quite the important one. However, this time, for once, I shall not be the one explaining the situation and giving you a briefing. This time, the stage is set for Kaizen.
Yes, as I said, I had a meeting earlier, and I attended it, and it was between important officials of this city home, and between likewise important people, King of Feywild, King Olorian, and King Kratzel of home attended. But in short, there was talks of some force of evil that, for now, was just scouting the areas. They attack multiple planes, I think, and they only attack, it is very few, far between, like hundreds and hundreds of years. But one thing discussed was that this threat is approaching our world, and it was been foretold that I, and perhaps all of you, if you so choose, have a part to play in, I suppose, defeating these creatures. They are called Modrins, if you have ever heard of them.
None of you would have heard of Modrins unless you have done a significant amount of research on the planar structure within the world universe, I guess.
I don't know anything about that.
Yes, Modrons. They are programmable, perhaps machine-like creatures made by God, I suppose, Primus, who makes them. Some have different functions, some have one, some have two, some have many, I suppose. And for now, they are tasked to scout the area. I suppose bring back information, and after they scout, then they go try to destroy anything in their path.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
It indeed does not.
Where do
And-
they come from? They come from a different plane?
I think so.
You were told this. Mechanus is the plane of law.
Yes, they come from Mechanus. It is the plane of lore. I suppose that is where Primus is from.
And they just scout the plane and then go and destroy it? For no reason?
The Modrons have been described as creatures of true neutrality. They do not feel for things, they just do what they are programmed to do. And Primus, I suppose, has created laws that sort of bind the planes. There is a sort of balance in it. I do not quite understand it all myself, but they are given orders from him, or it, to go destroy, eventually, and then that they carry out, without any sort of perceived reason from it, I suppose. I suppose there is a reason. I do not know of it, though.
Nobody at the meeting mentioned a reason, just that this is going to happen?
I think the reason perhaps is not known. But perhaps it can be figured out. It would be hard to do. But regardless of the reason, it is a threat that all of us face if they do indeed come in force to our plane.
Do you know when or where exactly they will show up?
It might be many years, in fact. But for now, they are tasked. Their command is to scout the area, and perhaps several places, towns, cities, in the area, not home specifically, are being targeted. But they destroy anything in their path.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
It does not. I think we learned that Emmy was not in this plane. Perhaps Emmy is also in danger, and if they attack other planes, if she is in another plane.
Oh no, we gotta go find her.
Yes, find her or destroy the Modrons that we do come across.
Oh,
as
get
they are
rid of
giving
them all.
information back. Indeed, that would be good to do.
Well, we should go find them then, right? Not be here.
Well, I think perhaps some are around here. I don't think they would be in the city, but it is a big process. It is not something we can defeat in one day. It is perhaps not even something we will defeat in a time of a year. I do not know exactly, but it is something that we should be thinking about. Something that we should have on the back of our minds as the threat that is coming. I know we still have things to do here with what we are doing with Leonhardt's mission. And I think that in some sense, in all of this foretold prophecy, I think that in some way our fates are intertwined. And that in traveling with each other and accomplishing things with each other, that we should keep doing such as we grow more knowledgeable and stronger by doing that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good transition, dear Kaizen, because indeed we were given an update on the mission within home, and he shows the letter that he got from the courier to Wolf and Shavari. Remember what the mere thought of this creature drives a chill down my spine. The leader of the Spectator Gang, what he told us about the Emerald Order and how they were supposedly in charge or responsible of the murder of Lady Kira.
Oh yeah.
We are to further investigate on the whereabouts of this order, the motives, and the strength, maybe the influence that they have within this city.
All right. Do you have much information on this Emerald Order?
Would Leonhard have any background? Are they like the Spectator Gang, like well known or more secretive?
There are 3 gangs that are well known. The Emerald Order is one of them.
Okay.
So it's Spectator Gang, Emerald Order, and hang on.
The Coven? What was the name?
The Coven, that's the one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the save. The Emerald Order are like, this is the base information you would know. Roll a history check, and I'll just see how far I'll go
Okay.
by how far I talk on that.
Okay. 12.
12, so just above average. The Emerald Order is a little bit more focused around magical refugees that exist and turning them to their own use, because not everyone who graduates the academy goes to work for the city. So there's a little bit more magic and a little bit more political influence, because there's a lot of political opponents to kings and barons and all that stuff that live around here, who magic is highly sought after because it's mostly owned by the king. So there's a little bit more magical influence in this one. There's a little bit of spying, there's lots of trading of information. Not as much as the Spectator Gang, where their entire thing is they know everything and then sell drugs to make you forget everything. That's the Spectator Gang's deal. The Emerald Order it's less protection money, it's more, I'll tell you what you need to know to make it so that you never need protection money kind of thing. They sell information, the Spectator Gang know it, and will exploit you for it.
So they're like the evil hackers that get
Kinda? That's a good way to put it.
get the guys who didn't make it into, freaking government security or whatever.
Yeah. Think WikiLeaks, but evil.
Right.
Just disclaimer, I'm aware that the founder of WikiLeaks has allegedly done some horrible stuff. We're not endorsing WikiLeaks. This is just a convenient example.
Right. Okay. Well, see, what I do know from my background in Homeland Security, friends, is that the Emerald Order might be a different caliber than the Spectator Gang.
Oh, sorry, one thing. You're aware that while the Spectator Gang works on the docks, the Emerald Order works under the city. You do not know details on that.
The Emerald Order focuses a lot on magic users, trying to, finding new recruits from the ranks of people who didn't make it in the academy, who didn't graduate, who have perhaps less noble goals in mind, what to do with their magic. With perhaps some of the fanatics working for the Magic Liberation Front might also be to be found in in their ranks. You remember the mean people that we encountered in the camp. As such, I think Shavari, you might be our greatest ally in this situation, as you have a certain talent of, identifying and finding magic.
I suppose, yes.
Another topic we perhaps need to tackle before we start this mission is we may have to go to my estate and visit my parents.
Oh, I would like that very much, Leonhard. Very much.
Interesting.
So ominous.
Okay. If that is needed, okay.
Not the proudest chapter in my book, yet a chapter I feel that is required to be completed. A fair warning if you decide to accompany on that mission. My mother, I treat her like an angel because she truly is one, a fair soul and a truly kind spirit. My father, on the other hand, a difficult person to deal with, to say the least, and not a person I'm fond of meeting again.
Well, hopefully the meeting will not go horribly.
I intend to keep it civilized and as short as possible.
Okay.
When will you be wanting to go and see your parents?
The sooner we get this over with, the better. So perhaps we should leave tomorrow. What time is it right now?
Right now, probably 2 p.m.
Oh, shoot. We could actually do it today.
You haven't done much today.
We could do it tonight. If we leave in an hour, we should arrive at the estate in the evening. We could also do it tomorrow if there are some other private things you would like to take care of first. I am very open to your requests.
I don't know if we could do tomorrow. I have plans.
For tomorrow?
Yeah. I hope so anyway.
Then, would you be
Okay.
available tonight, Wolf?
I'm free tonight. I have no plans.
And you, Shavari Kaizen?
I
Hey.
do not have any plans, no. So, I am
I
free to
don't
go.
have anything either anymore. That was my only obligation. This meeting.
I'm going to be straightforward to you. This matter is about finances and material things. To be frank, it is about gold. Gold that I don't have, that I need.
Well, if you needed gold, you could just ask.
Yeah, we can help you with financial needs. That is what you are in need of.
It is a hefty sum, and I would prefer to not bother you with my own personal needs. And my father, despite being a drunkard and a gambler, and he still has some wealth left. To him, it should be but peanuts. The real challenge will be to convince him.
Okay, I'll bring Emmy because nobody can say no to a puppy.
Is your father the type of man who would trade some type of work for funds? Perhaps we could offer him something. If he has a task that he needed completed.
Perhaps some bottles of whiskey could also help.
Alright.
We best bring a small present. In that case, I shall take care of a little something. I suggest we meet at the inn, at the bottom front door of the inn in an hour. while I make preparations.
Okay.
All right. Where
Okay.
is your family's estate?
It is the outskirts of home, just a couple of hours south of the city. Shouldn't take that long if we use a cart or horses.
All right.
Jesus, where'd my voice go there for a second? Okay. Does anyone have any particular preparations they would like to do before the surprising and definitely not ill-prepared side for the DM's activities? I'm actually lying. For once I'm lying. So yeah, does anyone want to do any preparations?
Leonard would definitely try to buy a nice bouquet of flowers for the mother, and
Okay, we'll say 8 copper for a nice bouquet.
yeah, and like a pretty good bottle of whiskey, sort of,
Okay,
for
that's
the
more
for the
expensive.
father.
Sort of. Nice bottle or not nice bottle?
7 out of 10.
7 out of 10. Okay, that's a number I can work with. Alrighty, so we'll say... Ooh, does anyone know the wine to whiskey price ratio?
No idea.
No, me neither.
I'd say
I'm
like 3 to 1, perhaps.
in favor of whiskey.
Yeah.
Okay, then...
Hold on,
I mean,
I
there's
have
certainly
a
wines
list
that are
of
more
alcohol.
expensive, but I don't think like
I
normally
have
I
a
would say
list of alcohol price from my session when you guys got all that money.
Okay, you appear to be roboting a bit, by the way. I'm just going to quickly change the server, so nobody panic when everything dies. Hello, 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 and...
yeah.
And... Hello!
Seems
Hey,
much better.
there's Jinxie. That is much better.
Okay, yeah, we're on.
EU
yeah.
West, motherfuckers. Okay.
Yeah, I have a list of whiskey or
Yeah,
alcohol
what
prices
is
if you
the-
want from when we went crazy.
Give me like a good 7 out of 10 whiskey price if you could, just so I can compare it. And then estimate from there.
Yes, let me pull that up really quickly.
Or just read me off like several whiskey prices, and I can make an estimate from those.
Okay, so based on the fact that distillation is an extremely new and modern process,
Very true. Excellent point.
standard whiskey is about 10 gold. A moderate whiskey, you're looking at 25. And then for high quality whiskey, depending on where you get it from, between 45 and 100 gold pieces.
We're gonna estimate for a 7 out of 10. We'll say that's a 35 gold whiskey.
Gotcha.
Your father, you know, can afford it.
Okay.
Okay. You purchase this. You all. Anyone else want to do any preparations?
I will groom my puppy and put her little pink bow on.
Ooh. Emmy looks fancy.
Kaizen will put on the fine clothes that he got at
For the party.
for the Lord Papyrus's party,
Alrighty. Kaizen dresses up.
and do his hair in a more
Your hair is still done from the envoy meeting that you went to earlier today.
It's like in a more like elvish style, but he'll do it in a more like neutral style.
Okay, you downtone it a bit. The elvish society likes a bit more up and fancy, whereas human society is more lower patterns as opposed to upper patterns.
Yep.
Shivari?
Shvari will use disguise self to kind of give herself a nice dress, basically. Not quite to the extreme that she wore at like Papyrus's, but
Yeah, but still nice.
still nice.
Okay. I assume you're still maintaining human. I don't
Yes.
have to ask at this point because I assume you are, but basically, please tell me if you're not maintaining human at any point.
Will do.
Okay. You all meet
Yeah,
down.
Leonhard is also, grooming, brushing, trying to look fancy.
Yes. Leonhard, you meet down. You are surprised, having not asked the rest of the group, to see that, hearing that they're meeting your family, they are wearing, in most cases, almost their finest clothes. They've dressed up to impress.
Well, if that is not a pleasant sight, then I don't know what is. You all look fabulous. Even you, Wolf. And he gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder and like a not bad look.
Oh, thanks. I did my best.
Honestly, that's more than Leonhardt's given you in terms of your looks before, so feels actually quite good.
I'll say for Leonhardt, because I'm such a nice guy, I even took a bath.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Leonhardt, the first thing you notice is Wolf's look. Is Wolf's look. The second thing you notice when you get close enough to pat Wolf on the shoulder is a smell. You've not smelled this around Wolf before. What is that? It's familiar. Oh, it's soap! You also hear a small from down below, and you see Emmy wearing a nice pink bow and very well brushed.
Adorable. Absolutely adorable. Are those rose petals, Wolf?
Oh yeah, I got the fancy bath. We can talk about prices later, Mr. DM.
For a fancy bath. This is on the high quality, and they would have something like that. They would actually have someone to bathe you if you wanted.
Oh shit.
So basically, do you want someone to have bathed you, or do you want to do your own?
After someone bathe me, I don't know how to do it myself. all I know how to do is jump out of the bath and like run around the place
Okay.
naked.
All right, that'll be 2 gold.
Okay.
It's pretty much just hot water and rose petals. That is the price. Plus a block of animal fat.
Ew.
So that's all soap is.
I know.
Alrighty, cool. Everyone's dressed up. What do you want to do?
I think we're ready to go.
Elvis Presley.
I completely missed that. Oh dear. Alrighty. So, you all begin to follow Leonhardt's lead. You're going to walk, or are you going to get a carriage?
We take our card, I would say.
Okay, you take your cart. Whoever's driving, please make a vehicles check, which would be dexterity without proficiency, unless you have proficiency in land vehicles.
I think Kaizen was the driver in the
Yeah.
past, right?
So dexterity without proficiency.
Sure. 13.
13. Okay. It's not a comfortable journey. There's a lot of stopping to check directions and try and make the horses turn a corner when they just really want to keep going straight. But you do make it to what you see to be a large house. Especially you see it for the first time. It's a large house. You can see many servants working in the garden, making sure that the incredible green of the garden is well maintained. You can see several peacocks wandering around in the front garden, having a good. They seem to be very well cared for, very, very beautiful creatures. Most of you've only really seen one on the front of Leonhardt's shield before. It's your first time seeing one in person, and while you are looking at the front as your cart pulls to a halt to park, you do see one of them for the first time spread its tail, and then you realise that's what's on Leonhardt's shield. The house itself is white with little bits of grey in terms of pillars. It's very well maintained, very well cleaned.
Well, friends, this is it. The House of von Grievous. It's been in our family's possession for several hundreds of years now. And as you can see, these beautiful animals known as peacocks are not just existing in my imagination. They've actually been in our possession for a quite long time right now. They're quite marvelous creatures, aren't they?
Can I get one of those feathers for personal use?
Well, I would prefer you do not take one of the living birds. However, I'm sure we will have some spare decorational ones in the house.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna go pluck it. That was rude. That's why I asked if I could have one.
Leonhardt, you see, currently standing outside the gate, looking towards you is Adalbert.
Ah, you remember my servant Adalbert?
Good day, sir,
he
sir, and ma'am.
Gives a wave. Well, Adalbert, it is good to meet you.
It is good to see you as well. I was simply invited to your parents, because they have my contact info and not yours, to prepare to give you an update. Very convenient timing.
Oh, you were about to give me an update?
Yes. They said
Oh,
the update was, hope to be seeing you soon. You're clearly not that interested in the money.
well, Adalbert, and he sort of drags him over for a more private discussion. Well, Adalbert, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. If it wasn't for the money, my visit would have very likely been delayed a little bit more.
I am more than aware, sir. I informed them that your visit was upmost on your priorities, but you were delayed via some very important meetings with some very important people within Homeland Security and the King's Court.
Most excellently done, Adalbert. I know you can. I can always count on your discretion. And let me tell you this: we have done quite important things indeed. So technically speaking, you did not lie to my parents.
I would not dream of doing so, sir. I only assume of meeting the expectations for your greatness.
Just smile. Gives a broad smile on his face. Well then, you remember my companions? Points
Of
to
course. Sir Woof, Sir Kaizan, Lady Shivari.
exactly.
Pleasure to see
Exactly
you again.
that.
It's still nice to see you as well.
Likewise.
Sir Leonhardt, would you like me to announce you to your parents?
Adalbert, is my father at home?
Yes, sir.
In what mood does my dear father find himself in currently?
He is what the lower folk would refer to as merry, sir.
A natural state of being merry or an artificial induced state of merriness?
Artificial, sir.
As expected. Well, let's get this over with, Adalbert, and please introduce yourself.
Of course, sir. He looks to the rest of you. He looks to Woof and goes, "Would you like a replacement feather?"
Yeah!
Holds out a peacock feather.
I will put that in immediately.
Next to the first one, or in place of the first one.
No, I'm gonna pull it out of the first one and give it to Emmy.
Okay, Emmy is now just holding a rock feather that's 3 feet long in her mouth.
It is messed up beyond all belief. There are chunks missing. It's like if you ever find like a pigeon feather on the floor, it's like that.
Alright, fair enough. Adalbert brushes aside the servants. As you all walk behind him, he walks in, gestures you all to the side of a living room, and goes, mentions you all, "Please wait till I announce you." He grandly opens the 2 large doors. Inside is as ornate as the outside. It's completely beautiful. Several peacocks have gotten inside, but they don't appear to be being dealt with. It's still very clean. There's like 1 stray feather, and you can quickly see a servant sidling towards it, trying not to draw attention to themselves, to scoop up the feather, to make it not look messy in any way. But there's a lot of busts. There's a lot of paintings. There's a lot of stuff. 2 ornate staircases drift off in 2 separate directions at the end of the corridor, and then there's 2 large sets of double doors either side. Adalbert turns to the one on his left and opens both these doors. Announcing the great Sir Leonhardt von Griever of the von Griever family. He turns
I
back.
guess Leonhard would walk in and give a bow to the parents, of course.
Yep.
Firstly,
See
and
your-
if there's anyone else, any other family members or any other friends he recognizes, then he would address them.
It appears to just be your family at the moment.
So
Other
just
than
the
one
parents?
servant in the corner playing the piano.
Okay. He would give. He would kneel and walk over to the parents and.
Your mother is standing is leaning quite near the door. Was reading a book as you entered. She opens her arms to give you a pretty solid hug. A very dainty one, but a solid one.
Yeah, Leonhard hugs his mother, gives her a kiss on the cheek, and says, "Mother, it is so good to see you, and I hope I find you well. I've brought a little something. I hope you'll enjoy it." And then presents the flowers to her.
Oh, they are marvelous, my darling. It's good to see you as well. I've been hearing all sorts of exploits about you, but it went dark a couple weeks ago. I wanted to make sure you were safe. At this point,
All is well, thank you. It's been quite the exciting time indeed. Important missions were assigned to me and my friends over here, and
as you mentioned,
we're-
friends, Adalbert speaks up.
yeah.
Announcing Sir Woof.
Hello!
Leonhard is just muttering a silent prayer.
announcing Sir Kaizan. I don't think. Do I have a surname for you actually? I've lost it if so.
Amakir.
Sir Kaizan Amakir. Yep, just found it.
Hey,
And
hello.
announcing Lady Shivari.
Sure, I will give a curtsy.
The lady standing before you, very similar to Leonhardt, very well made up, blonde hair. He wasn't lying. She is beautiful. She really is beautiful. She stands before. She has a very warm smile. She looks across the rest of you.
I'll bow to her like I've seen Leonhardt do in the past, but it's probably like kind of weird and uncomfortable, and like I don't know how far to go down, but I'm doing my best.
It's way too low. You go way too far down. But come back up. It's a pleasure to meet you all too. Shit! I've lost my nose. Leonhardt, what are your parents' names?
I don't think I've ever shared my parents' names with you because I
pretty
had
sure
never
you
thought of them.
did? If not,
let me
improvise them now.
see.
If you haven't shared them, improvise them now, because now's the time.
Okay, so my dad's name I shared. His name is Conrad,
Yep,
and
Conrad-
my mother's
Conrad
name
von
is
Griever.
Claudia.
Claudia, excellent.
Yeah.
Those do sound familiar, so I assume you did share them with me before. Okay. I am Claudia von Griever. It is a pleasure to meet you all. And this is my husband. You all see currently sitting in a large backed chair, facing the door, but also facing what appears to be a chess set, with no one on the other side of it. The pieces are sideways, mostly, across the table. And you can see currently taking the place of many of the pieces as they have been displaced is a large bottle of wine that rests on the table. In place, you can see a man with a 5 o'clock shadow from the week before.
Oh.
Long hair in a ponytail, but it's still bulging out a little bit at the sides. It looks like he should be handsome, but right now the only look you can see is a little bit of annoyance, and it combined with a little bit of not off his face, but not giving a shit because he's drunk. As he looks up, and there's a little bit of distaste as he sees Leonhardt. He looks at the rest of you, and there's no care, there's no interest in his eyes. Looks up. Alright. Yes, that's Comrade, that's my husband. He's very nice. He's relaxing at the moment.
Father, it is good to see you. And to you as well, I've brought you a little bit of something. And Leonhard is forcing a smile. You can clearly tell it's not genuine, and hands over the whiskey bottle.
He takes it, seems to soften a little as he pushes the that you're closer, clearly empty bottle of wine off of it, so it shatters onto the floor and places the whiskey into its place. Good to see that you have finally graced us with your presence. Captain Leonhard, was it? Or what are you at the moment? Are you a general yet?
Thank you, Father. Unfortunately, not all of us are blessed with a comfortable lifestyle such as yours. My rank is currently the one of a sergeant, yet I expect a promotion pretty soon, if you would like to care to hear.
I'll hear, but I have heard all this before from you. My disappointment son going into the law. I told you you could work in the casinos like I did and be rich, but no. You've got to go out and be some kind of hero. Go on, tell me about this promotion.
Well, Father, unfortunately, since you yourself are not a general I could share this news with, because it is top secret, I'm afraid I can only tell you that it
Show
will
some
be...
honor to your father, Leonhard.
Like
My
grab
apologies.
Leonhardt's shoulder, like comforting, just like whisper into his shoulder, like, "Hey, I got this guy if you want, Leonhard. He seems like a jerk. I'd do that for you."
Thank you, Wolf.
Who is this
As unpleasant-
Leonhard? Have you finally found the blondes you were looking for? Or was it the redheads? I do not care. The stories are so common.
Father, if you knew anything about me, you would know that I pursue but the heart of one woman in this world.
He takes his big swig from the whiskey, places it on the table. Yes, fun, and that is all that you have talked about. Outside of your great accomplishments. And yet, I see you're here begging for money. Tell me about this promotion of yours and why you no longer need my money.
Well, first of all, Father, it is indeed good to see you, and especially he looks at the mother and warms up, softens up a little
she
bit.
Smiles at you. Very warm smile.
It is just as good to see you doing well, Mother. You look as enchanting as always.
Thank you, my son.
Well, I'm not sure what Adalbert has told you, how much information he shared with you. However, in order to continue the mission that I was assigned to, and he points to the blade at his hilt at his side, a fitting weapon is required. Yet, as you guessed correctly, Father, my modest salary in the ranks of Homeland Security do not suffice. And as such, I would like to beg you for assistance so that I can carry out my mission without worrying about my life.
Oh, that's just like the king. Unable to pay his servants, enforcers, whatever you call them, to do his bidding for him. And so you want my money to do the king's bidding.
I would like to ask money of you so that I can serve home and grant security, not just to the city and the king, but also to people such as yourself, who all benefit of a stable home.
Tell me. Who are these people? Looks at the rest of you. Why are strangers in my house? Are these also your Sugar daddies.
These people were assigned to me to escort them safely to home and have, on the way, on the travels, become dear friends of mine. Stalwart, battle-hardened companions that have saved my life and the lives of others more than once. I present to you, then he shows to Kaizen. Kaizen from the Wood Elves, a deadly archer, and unlike anyone else you will have ever met. Then we have Woof, a loyal friend, an honest soul, and last but not least, Lady Shavari, a mysterious but very reliable friend.
And why are they here? Do you want my money to party with them? Is that why you want? You want my hard-earned money. So that you can go off partying with your friends with your fancy new sword. Is this why you are here before me today?
Leonhard, let's get out of here. I can give you money for a sword. I don't like this.
Yeah, Leonhard has to suppress an urge that rises in with him and doesn't say a word. Just looks at his mother.
Your mother smiles at you, just like gives a sort of very mild, knowing smile that you mean that you know to mean he's fine most of the time.
I'm gonna like nudge Leonhard like in the shoulder with my shoulder and like look down at Emmy like. It'll make you better.
Can you speak up for the mic?
It'll make you feel better. Pet the puppy.
The dad looks at the whiskey.
Yeah, Leonhard just, doesn't actively pet the puppy, just, lets a hand go down and see if the puppy,
Emmy
very subtly,
immediately-
if the puppy
Second there's
walks
a hand
towards the
within range, Emmy will lick your hand.
Oh, good girl, Emmy.
So you stand there.
Leonhard thinks to himself, good thing I'm still wearing my gloves.
She probably likes that if they're leather. She's like, nice.
Yes. Nothing has been more entertaining for me in the last couple of weeks than you coming, crawling, begging for money to me, Leonhard. How much do you need?
Father, I didn't come to beg. I came to ask, as your son. If you do not want to support my cause, I shall have to find elsewhere.
Oh, is that you are trying to be independent now?
I've been more
I'm offering
independent.
you money as your father. Show respect and take it. Show respect to your father, Leonhard.
Leonhard looks to his mother's, into his mother's eyes, see what she does, if she nods to him or something.
It's not any different from what you've seen in the past when similar situations have happened. It's a sort of tired resignation.
All right. Then Leonhard will just address his mother and say, Mother, why do you still do this?
He's... What do you mean? He's just drunk at the moment. You came at a bad time. I'm not home most of the time. I don't see him like this most of the time. He does care for me.
Does Leonhard spot any...
But I know what you're going to ask. No.
Okay.
I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole in D&D.
Good.
I would not go close to that.
Mother, I know you deserve more, and I shall spare you the embarrassment of your son begging for money to a man like this. I shall be on my way.
Oh, that's the first sensible thing you have said since you got here. Go on, go out and work for your fortune like your father did. Your mother...
And I think without a word, Leonhard turns around and
Your mother will attempt to hug you on the way out, and if you accept it,
Leonard's eyes are kind of teary, like watery, and he looks into his mother's eyes and says, "The next time I come here, Mother, I will take you with me. I cannot stand this man."
you can't see a response in her face, but she does still try to hug you as you leave.
Leonard gives a hug.
She whispers into your ear, "You're doing great."
I'm glad you see it this way, Mother, and I'm proud to call myself your son. I see nothing of this fiend in me.
She squeezes you a little tighter, and then as she's letting go, she says, "You have the peacock's beauty and the lion's heart. Doesn't mean you share anything in common with the people who share those symbols."
A manly tear runs down Leonhardt's cheek, and he kisses his mother's hand and then walks past to Adelbert, or whoever's standing next to the door.
Albert, as his job is to stand, he opens the door kindly for you and gestures to the rest of you. "I believe our meeting is over."
Adelbert, I would like to have a word with you in private.
"Of course, sir." He gestures for the rest of you to leave the.
As we're walking out, I'm just gonna turn to his dad. Say, Leonhardt's a really good man. I'm sorry you can't see that. And then I'll leave.
Okay. He yells after you. "He might be a good man, but until proved otherwise, he is a terrible von Griever."
You're wrong.
And then with that, the door is shut behind you as you get the last word into him. Leonhardt, you step aside with Adelbert.
Adelbert, I have thought about this move, for a long time. Seeing my father in this state after all these years has only strengthened my resolve. I'm going to file an official trial, trying to dismantle him of all of his possessions, since he's no longer the man capable of taking care of these things. He's a drinker. He leads this family into ruin, and I shall not witness this happen before my eyes. My mother deserves better. It is time we take care of this.
Sir, negligent business acumen is not a reportable offense.
We shall see about this when I am Captain of Homeland Security, Adelbert.
Sir, I will support you all the way, and wish you the best of luck. If there's anything I can do to help out, please let me know.
Thank you, Adelbert. Just make sure he does not touch Mother, and make sure that he treats her well as he can. And he does not lead our family's business, our legacy, into ruin. It's been tainted already. Do not let it disappear.
I work for you, sir, and only you. I will, of course, endeavor to protect those that you wish to protect. If there is any other
My thanks,
information I can gather, please let me know.
My thanks.
Of course, sir. He lets you all out of the main doors, as they slowly close behind you all. So you begin walking down the garden. What do you want to do?
I will give a comforting hand onto Leonhardt's shoulder.
We'll be back in one moment, sorry.
No worries.
Well, my apologies, friends. Even to my father's standards, that display was quite embarrassing. I expected nothing, and he showed even less.
Yes, unfortunate occurrence, but what is done is done.
I'm sorry, Leonhardt. You don't deserve that.
He hasn't always been like this, you know. He used to be an honorable man. And if there's one true thing that he said is he did indeed work hard for this. He once did. Now he's occupying himself with, you know, as well as hard as he worked for the money, the wealth, and the fame. As hard he's currently working on ruining it all. Not just his legacy, but also mine. Soon the name von Graver will mean nothing. It will be a name people frown upon, a name people laugh at. And my mother in particular does not deserve that. She's a brave woman, but I guess she still sees good in him. Well, I guess we will have to find other means and other ways of, I will have to find other ways of repaying my debt to the merchant.
Leonhardt, if you need gold, I don't have any use for the shinies.
It is a substantial amount, Wolf.
Okay.
1,500 gold pieces.
I can't count that high, but you can have it.
Wolf, you do not have that much gold, do you?
No, I don't know. I got a lot. But I don't need it.
I shall
I
accept
don't
a
mind the
gift,
crackers
Wolf,
and stuff.
but trust me, there is limits to the size of the gift I can accept.
Okay. Will you accept? And I'll just hand over my gold pouch. This size?
Okay. You take it.
How
It
big's the
feels
pouch?
heavy. It feels pretty hefty.
Leonard opens the pouch real quick and just gives a glance of, tries to guess and estimate how much in there.
Fucking just int check.
Oh,
So
that's
close
my
you are to the actual
specialty.
amounts.
In check. Wait a minute. 9.
It looks at least
There's a
over
lot.
It looks at least over 700.
Okay.
I can send you the actual number if you want.
I have seen
Just
the actual
for-
number.
I know you have.
Yes, but Leonhardt doesn't know it yet.
Okay.
So that's what he learned from that role.
Wolf, I'm most grateful of your very generous gift. Strike a bargain. Tomorrow, I will go to the mail office, and whatever I find in there, just in case you don't know, you can entrust them with money, and then like a bank would work. He explains in a little bit of rough detail of how it works.
Yeah.
And I shall accept whatever I may find there. But please, I beg you, do not cause any inconveniences for yourself.
I'm fine, Leonhardt. I like the biscuits. I don't have to eat at the end.
Outstanding, so it shall be.
Alrighty. Leonhardt, you would know that in terms of money, there are other ways to make money as well.
Yeah, like banks or
Well, no, I mean like.
I'm not taking my gold
I mean,
pouch back.
Robin Banks.
I mean, like, I mean, like adventurers guilds and stuff like that. Leonhardt, when you
Yeah.
try to hand Woof's gold pouch back, Woof won't take it.
No, I'm sorry. That's not mine. I can't take that.
I guess Leonhardt would, sort of fall on his knee, kneel down, and be like, Woof, I'm forever in your debt. Both figuratively and literally. Thank you very much.
We'll just call it even for the camp, okay? I try to give him the same flashing smile and wink, but it's more kind of like,
Still looks charming.
That actually gives Leonhardt a nice idea, and he smiles to Woof and says, so it shall be.
Okay.
you're gonna donate my money,
Um,
aren't you?
Woof, is there any of your money you want to keep? Because you still have to pay for
I'll
in-stay
keep the
tonight,
8
etc.
silver.
The 8 silver. Okay. So that means you can't pay for an inn or food tomorrow, just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll worry about that later.
Alright, fair enough. Okay. So,
There are probably
in that
ways
case,
to make,
Leonhardt,
money,
you
right?
receive a grand total of, and you can decide what to do with this later. So that Leonhardt's thing and not Woof's. Woof, do you want this public or do you want this private to Leonhardt?
You can tell him.
Okay. Oh, you've already subtracted it. Shit, what was it?
It's 1,038 gold pieces.
1,038 gold pieces in a pouch.
How the hell did Woof ever get this much money?
Woof has been saving
I don't
because he's a
buy
barbarian. Doesn't
anything.
need to buy anything. The most money he's spent is trading in his shoes to buy Kai's and braces. That's it. Woof doesn't need stuff for himself that often.
Okay.
So,
Leonhardt
also, I'd like to
just-
point out the second, like in terms of prices of stuff Woof's paid for, Kaizan's braces via trading in shoes, clothes for the party that you invited Woof to, which you also assisted in helping paying for, and a fancy collar for Emmy. In that order.
Nobody needs shinies.
You guys know the gif of the white guy just blinking? You know that
Yeah,
gif?
yeah,
That's Leonard's facial expression right now when he opens the pouch. It's like,
That's 1,030. You start to count it a little bit as you're walking along, and you're starting to realize this isn't 700. This is 1,000 gold. 1,038 gold.
yeah, I guess for the rest of the day, Leonhardt will just continue to express his gratitude to Wolf.
Okay.
Oh, it's no
So-
problem.
Alrighty. So you're heading back to the inn.
We like it outside.
Is there anything else you want to do for today? You could check out the bounty board for bounties. If anyone has anything personal they want to do, they can do that.
What time is it by the time we're getting back to?
You'd be getting back at around 6:30.
When they get back, Shrai will say. I don't know if there's much we can do tonight, but maybe there's some kind of work we can do tomorrow that we can earn some extra money for you, Leonhardt.
Absolutely, friends. Yes. I shall take care of a little something right now and join you in an hour or two, and then we can discuss. Or you can already discuss the plans for tomorrow. I will leave that up to you. I trust your judgment. And then he walks off.
Okay. Where is Leonhardt heading?
He's heading first off to the smith, to the weaponsmith, and then to once again the main offices of Homeland Security.
Okay, we'll start with the weaponsmith. As he sees you enter, he looks up and goes, "Ah, hello, laddie.
Hello, sir. You received the letter, I presume?
You never wrote it. You hang out with Kaizan."
Yeah, that's true. I never wrote it. Man, Kaizen interfered. Then Leonhard would say, "Sir, my behavior prior was immature. It was not rational. It was emotionally driven,
Aye.
and I would like to issue an apology."
Apology accepted, Sally and Hart. I know of your family for a while. I know what it can be like. Just don't do that again. That's a dick move, lad.
Well, I was honest in one thing though, and he points to the empty badge spot on his chainmail. I am quite without responsibilities at the moment. Anyways, now
Doesn't mean you don't have friends. I received your package earlier. That
Yes.
was good. That was good investment. Aye, I do believe you. So that was 1,500 left to play plus the 500 at the end. That's 1,000 left to go.
that is true, and a fine craftsman shall be paid indeed, because your sword has been doing the gods' work.
Right.
And then he hands him over the
Is this
money.
you
He
asking
puts,
for?
like,
Oh my god! You got this in a day?
Don't ask.
Won't tell. Why did you ask for 3 days? And he's like looking at 4 days. Why'd you ask for 4 more days? He's looking more incredulously than before when you threatened him at you. Why'd you ask for more days? You got 1,000 gold in a day. In less than a day. Hang on. He looks outside at the sun. In about 3 hours.
Sometimes people... let's put it this way, friend dwarf. Sometimes you shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
Your book is fancy as fuck, mate. Alright, well. Soul's yours. If this gold disappears, I'm coming for you. I'm telling you that.
It should not. It might be smelling a bit, but it shouldn't disappear.
He looks at the gold. Looks fine to me. Alright. The debt is paid. Sword is yours.
I thank you, friend. And are there any candles lit in this shop?
Yeah, that's how it is lit. Candles and lanterns.
With a cheeky smile, Leonhard just unsheathes the sword and just leaves with a
The
with a
candles
smile.
go out as you shut the door. You hear behind you through the door. Ah, fuck! The door shuts behind you.
And then he returns. Oh, then he goes to Homeland Security. Yeah, to keep this short, I don't want to go too much into this. So basically, for 100 gold pieces, he would like to donate to the families that were, or of the soldiers that were killed in the encampment.
Ah, okay. You donate.
So he
100
tries
gold
to
pieces.
find out the names. They should probably have the dog tags or something. And
You can
he
see
would
when
then
you can
ask-
see when you head in that there is a fund box set up exactly for that.
yeah, so basically he would talk to someone at
see
the
other
counter,
people,
probably the young lad that he talked to earlier, just to make
Yeah,
sure it
he's still there.
falls into the right hand.
You can see the fund box. You see other people dropping like individual gold coins in. When the lad points you to it, you take a pouch of 100 gold and just pour it into it. It takes about 2 minutes. So you pour that in, and then you begin to head back to the inn. Everyone
Yep.
else, I believe there was potential discussions of what the next plan was. What are you all thinking?
I have to go find some place to stay for the night.
Do you have the funds to stay here still?
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Tell you what, just quickly, what's everyone's nights looking like in terms of ending for the session? Does anyone have to be away before my time? Before an hour and a half's time?
I don't really have a deadline today.
No, me neither.
Rowan? Okay.
Our
in
season
that
is done
case-
for the year.
All right, then in that case, we will treat this as another break and we'll run a little later tonight because we can maybe fit a lot more stuff in. Because I was thinking, okay, I don't want to start anything and not finish it, so cool. We'll treat this as a second break. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll run a little later. We'll jump back in with that
Thanks,
conversation in
guys.
just a moment. Thank you very much. Oh, man, Leonhardt.
Thanks,
Kendrick.
Wolf.
Yeah, woo for Sardis, thanks. Leonhardt, when you gave me that backstory, I was dreading RPing it. I was dreading RPing it so much.
I felt bad even for you.
I
was
felt
like,
bad.
"Jeez."
I felt bad doing it. But
Well,
I hope
you
it did
could have
justice
made
to
it
what
a
you
little
had in
nicer.
mind. A little nicer. You caught him in a bad time, to be fair.
That's probably true.
He is nicer.
I think it was
during-
RP'd excellently, Chris. I think you did a
for
phenomenal
sure, man.
job.
He's
That was-
like you know him. It really depends how you catch him. That was definitely a worst time. It's not the worst you've seen him. He wasn't throwing anything.
Right,
But
right.
Also, he would never throw something at someone else. But that was definitely not a good time. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was probably not the best topic either to talk about. Hey, drunk dad, I need money again to be a good guy. The good guy you never were. Oh yeah.
no, I love it. It adds layers. I mean, I saw
Sure.
that. And let's be honest. Leonhardt can be a little iffy in terms of the law or how he follows the law sometimes. But even that, seeing the message in the chat, I can't remember who it was from, but like, how did a good boy like Leonhardt come from that? No, Leonhardt
I mean,
is-
that's definitely
Leonhardt's a
where he
good boy.
sometimes has his cheekiness, right? Cheekiness from.
I think
Yeah.
so. Your mother is the pure soul. Your father is the rogue soul, I guess.
Yeah.
Father is the oof soul.
Big oof soul.
Big
His
yikes.
name is Elvin. Comrade just means big oof in Elvin. Big oof von Cleaver. Alrighty.
Yeah, soul.
We're gonna head for a break. We'll be back in a moment, everyone, for the continuation of Heroes Could Chase, episode 17. We got dark, but we immediately went to lighthearted afterwards with a big act of kindness from Woof, supporting their friend in need. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll see you all in but a moment.
Tetra, I think I forgot my gloves at my parents' house. I think I might have to go back and.
See you all in a moment.
See you in a bit.
And we're back, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
So, when we last left off, we had Leonhardt's family visit.
Lovely.
Yeah, it went really well. And Leonhardt, for the first time, having experienced all he has outside of home, had the bravery to stand properly up to his father and tell his mother what he really thought of her staying with his father. In reaction to, the result of that, not getting the money that Leonhardt went to see his family for, Wolf just straight up gave Leonhardt $1,000, which Leonhardt used to pay off his debt, get his sword, and donate a little bit to the people who died in the camp fight and their families. So, while Leonhardt's out doing those errands, Kaizan with Shivari, you find yourselves in the inn. And Wolf, I believe you were just mentioning needing to find a place to stay.
Just walking out by the dumpster with Emmy, like, wow, look, Emmy, they just throw all this stuff away.
Well, Wolf, if you need somewhere to stay, I could pay for a room, or you could stay in my room.
Okay, that sounds nice. I like sleeping with people, as long as you don't mind Emmy and Carol.
That is fine.
Okay, that sounds fine, thank you.
Alrighty. So, you're all in the inn together. You've received these revelations from Kaizan, these revelations from Leonhardt. You've been asked to kill all Modrons you find, but also continue your investigation into finding the Emerald Order and who is responsible for Kira's murder. You have a little bit until Leonhardt gets back. What do you want to do?
Play a game of
Kaizan,
Chinese checkers.
Kaizan will cast Primeval Awareness.
Okay.
Curious of what is around at this point.
What's in the area around here?
Yeah, 1 mile.
1 mile. Okay. Please list off the things you can detect.
Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
Okay. You're out of range of everything except for undead. No, sorry, not undead. Whoa, wait. Elementals. Sorry, I can talk. Words are hard. Suddenly zombies! Ah! No, there is
Elementals, okay.
there's elementals. Is Rosie out? Okay, you can't detect Fae. You can't detect Fae, and I'll also say for future reference that you don't detect Rosie as part of your option in that, because technically
Okay.
Rosie would flash up as Fae.
Okay. Cool, yeah, Kaizen just spends a while concentrating and detecting things around him.
Alrighty. It's been a little time. With Shivari, you're left to chat about what your potential next step is.
I do not know the city very well, but there is probably some kind of jobs that we can do for people.
Yeah, that'd be cool. We could go maybe rescue some more cats.
Yeah, we could do that. Just something to, can get you some more money and maybe get the Leonhardt some more money.
Yeah, I'm okay though. I don't mind. I like sleeping outside. And also, the food from the garbage isn't that bad. I had it a little bit earlier.
You know, if you like it, you like it.
Also, me, I'm a really good hand hunter. Emmy's not, but I'm training her.
I'm not sure there is much hunting to be done in the city. That might be something for... I don't know when we would be leaving the city, but if we are ever outside of the city.
Yeah, maybe when you guys are off I don't know, doing law things, I could go out and find something to eat. How far away from like the out like the entrance to the city
Here
at the Golden
about
Unicorn?
2.5 hours walk.
Oh, that's so long. I'll be hungry by the time I get back. I'll have to find lots of stuff. Maybe we'll find a fox. I haven't had one of those in a while.
You know, I can lend you some money if you need money for food.
Thank you, Shivarius. Very nice of you. I'll let you know if I need money. But I don't mind. Maybe we'll find like a bird or something. There's a park here, right?
I think there is, yes. I don't know if Homeland Security would appreciate you going around hunting in the park, but I don't know their laws. Maybe
I guess that's fair.
You might want to ask Leonhardt before you do that.
Okay, that's a really good idea. Yeah, no, thank you, Shivari. You're the nicest. I really like you, and I wish I could help you with your stuff more, but I'm not very smart.
No, it's okay. You have helped Leonhardt greatly.
Actually, I was kind of a jerk
Oh, good lord.
earlier.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
I was kind of a jerk earlier.
I mean, you have tried to do what you thought is right, and I don't think that makes you a jerk.
Well, thank you. You're the only one who sees it that way. I like you so much, Shivari.
Oh, and thank you, Wolf. I like you as well. So also, I think I've learned how to do that spell from the other day at the library.
Really, to contact Emmy?
Yes. There's no guarantee that it will work, but I can at least try.
Oh, if you would, that would be so nice. Tell her I missed her a lot.
Do you want me to do it right now, or?
Whatever works for you. I don't have any plans for the rest of the night. I think I'm going out with Sebastian tomorrow.
All right. Well, what exactly would you want me to say to her? It has to be in no more than 25 words.
Hi, Emmy. It's your puppy, the one that you accidentally turned into a person. I miss you lots. I'm looking for you.
I have no idea that was in 25 words, but
It was way less. You're fine.
okay. Shivari will cast Sending, having
Yeah.
heard the description of Emmy many a time.
Indeed, you've heard several descriptions. Recognize sender if it knows you. Because you're familiar with. So yeah, familiar is a table, which I believe it increased the DC. Okay, so please roll me a d20. DC is increased because you're not fully familiar, but you've had several in-depth descriptions.
Ooh.
That is a fail. The sending, you feel it goes off into the ether. Nothing happens.
She'll just have a frown on her face afterwards. And I don't think it currently worked. I can try every day if you'd like.
If you would, that'd be really nice. It's okay, I know you're trying really hard. You're the best at magic. It's probably a really hard spell.
I am not the best at magic, but I am trying.
I think you're pretty good.
Well, thank you. You're seeing Sebastian tomorrow, you said? What are you
I hope
doing
so.
with Sebastian?
He's gonna show me around the city, and then maybe we'll go have some food or something. I like food.
Okay. I think I might go to the library tomorrow.
Oh, that sounds fun. If you wanted to come with us, you could, but if you're busy, that's cool too.
After what Kaizen has shared with us, I am interested in learning a bit more, if I can. So.
Well, I'll go out with Sebastian, and then if you're not back, I'll come find you.
Alright. I will probably, if I am not at the inn, I'm probably at the library.
Cool, we'll do that. So we have a plan.
Cool.
By this point, we'll say Leonhart has arrived back. Although before he arrives back, you guys do note there is a job board inside the inn. If there were anything you wanted to look at in particular.
Sure. I will go look it over and see what
Yes.
options are.
Okay.
Me too.
I guess anything in
there's a-
particular regarding cats and finding them.
There's nothing to do with cats, no. There is one you can see for an outer city library to find some stolen books and to find a source of someone continuously breaking in and stealing rent fees. Stealing membership fees. There also appears to be, in a incredibly elaborate font, there appears to be someone who is complaining about their art museum experiencing weird tremors and apparently weird voices, and to want someone to come, in their words, exercise their art museum.
Does that art museum happen to be the same one from the person that Kaizen met at the camp?
I'd say you'll finish your primal evil awareness. You take a glance at the board as well. It's the exact same one.
Okay.
Do either of these sound like something we would be able to do?
I don't know about how to whip a building into shape, but I could track a intruder. That's what I used to do for Emmy.
Alright.
Yes. That could be done.
Alright.
At this point, Leonhart, as you are approaching the bar, you see, the inn. Outside it, you see a familiar dwarf standing there, looking very casual as he glances up at you. You can see his facial expression doesn't change, but he makes deliberate eye contact.
Do I recognize the guy?
He is the dwarf you went partying with.
Oh, fuck. It's the shady guy.
It's the guy who tried to sell you drugs the first time you made friends with.
Yep. Okay. Wait. He's looking at me, right?
He's making deliberate eye contact while also not making any deliberate movements.
So Leonhard just came back from his dad's place. So he's fancy as fuck right
Yes. You very much are.
now. Next to the golden freaking unicorn, which is a fancy place.
Mm-hmm.
So Leonhard pretends not to know him and tries to walk past him into the golden unicorn.
Roll performance. Or deception. I'll take either.
Performance or deception? Performance it is. Like a diva walking past.
A good effort. But as you attempt to walk past, he steps forward and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's have a talk, friend.
Leonhard looks at the guy, takes a quick look
he's
around.
dressed up a little bit. He's actually dressed a little fancier as well. He fits in with the surroundings.
Aww.
And Leonhard says, "Excuse me, sir."
I have heard something that is very important to your family. There is a wink. I have heard some very important information. You asked me to inform you about your grandmother, and I have got that information. This isn't something you probably want to hear in private, in public.
Follow me. Actually, meet me in my room upstairs in the Golden Unicorn in 5 minutes.
What's your
And
room?
then he'd tell. Yeah, and then he would tell him the room number.
Meet me in my room. Bye. All right. I'll eat. He's-
5
he's-
minutes. Not 1 second earlier, not 1 second later, okay?
He looks at the sun. I'll do my best. Lights
Right.
up a very fancy looking pipe. Alrighty. You head in. You can see the rest of the group sat around a table.
Okay. Leonard would quickly walk over to their table and explain the situation and say, "Friends, you remember the dwarf that introduced us to the Spectator Gang?"
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, guess who's standing in front of the inn?
The dwarf.
Your wit is as sharp as ever, Shavati. It is indeed the dwarf.
Did he say
He
what
mentioned my
wanted?
grandmother and how he wanted to discuss something in private with me. I shall.
Is your grandmother okay?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't even know if she's still alive.
You tell me. I
Oh.
just chose a random family member for this.
She's not alive anymore.
I have news about.
She's alive?
Oh
Um,
boy.
I
He gave you a
don't think
pretty
it's
obvious wink during that.
I don't think it's a trap or anything, so I would grant him an audience in my chamber, and yeah, perhaps you can keep the perimeter, in check, just in case there's more suspicious people walking in. We don't want to get surprised by anything, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I will look out.
Outstanding. And if you don't, I should be able to deal with this guy if he gets a little violent. I shall be on my way then, on my room, and
Ask him
I
if
shall.
his daughter's okay.
That I will, Woof. And I shall inform you with all new encounters, or all sorts of news that he's willing to share.
Do you need
Okay.
anybody in the room with you, or?
Shavati, that is an outstanding idea. You are referring to that magic trick of yours?
No, but I can make somebody invisible, I suppose.
I think that's what you meant.
Yeah. Shavati, you are talking about making yourself invisible and being my backup in my room. Is that what you're
No, thank you.
trying to suggest?
Maybe a little bit
If
later.
you think that would be prudent to the situation.
That would be outstandingly smart. And coming from you, I would have expected no less. So I shall accept your reinforcements in my room.
Alright.
Okay. So Shivari, are you intending to make? I believe at at a higher level, you can cast your warlock spells. I believe you can make another person visible as well. Do you want to bring anyone with you for this?
She'll say, I can make the 2 people invisible, so we can have 2 people in the room with you, if you want.
Just use Shavati. We don't want to make it super obvious.
Okay.
One
Just use
invisible
show
person
suffice.
is fine. 2 invisible people. Now that's suspicious.
Alrighty. So, you head up to your room. Do you leave any instructions for Wolf and Kaizen?
Just keep an eye out for shady-looking people, curious-looking people, suspicious-looking people.
Okay. So if anyone else extra enters the bar, then deal with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they know what the dwarf looks like anyways. So
Yes. Alrighty. Shivari, Leonhart, you head up to Leonhart's room. You wait under 5 minutes before the time seems to come. Kaizen Wolf, you see a familiar dwarf enter. He glances over, he's glancing around the bar very casually, enjoying himself. His gaze lingers on the both of you for a moment, but then continues on, acting like he didn't see you. So he makes his way up the stairs towards Leonhardt's room. Leonhardt, he
Oh
knocks on.
boy.
If you want to do anything, please say.
Oh
No.
no, just sitting in my room, legs crossed, and like for a job interview, I'm waiting for him.
Okay.
You know,
Shibari,
Legs
where
crossed,
are-
martini in one hand.
Exactly.
Shibari, where are you in the room?
She'll be in like a corner of the room away from.
Lee against the wall so you're more comfortable kind of
Yeah.
thing. Okay, roll me a stealth check with advantage. This is for sound,
Okay.
not for sight. Because obviously invisibility makes you immune to sight, unless you move stuff. 15. Okay, still pretty good. After less than a minute, timing's almost spot on, but not quite. You hear a knock on the door.
Yes, please.
The door rattles. The doors lock automatically. You have to open them from the inside.
Oh, for the love of Matt has to give up his cool posture.
Sorry, didn't think of that. Sorry.
Walks over to the door, unlocks it, and then rushes back to the chair, trying to reassume the exact same posture.
Make me an acrobatics check. I'm gonna set a super low DC because I didn't realize what you're trying to do. That's lower than I thought. Okay, yeah. He catches you as you're jumping onto the bed. You're still mid bounce as you take position. He looks at you, a little confused. All right.
Yes, friend. What is it?
Hi. He enters and shuts the door behind him. We're alone.
Absolutely. Do you
I saw
spot
two of
anyone
your
else?
I saw two of your friends downstairs. Don't know where the third one is.
Oh.
Yeah, she's an elusive one, always dwelling in magics, and she has taken an interest in the college of... I've none of business with that. With the academy instead of college, I said.
You haven't technically lied. Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion, that's one of my better ones. Come on. Yay.
All right, I trust you. You have to know, the gang you wanted to get information from is a gang that works in information. We trade information. Stealth is not one of your strong points, Cillian Hart.
That is true.
I was tasked to telling this to you because I'm a friendly face. First, we appreciated your work. And we saw someone attempt to climb up to your window this morning to deliver a message. It's fucking weird. We want to know
Very
what it
true.
says.
Very true. It is indeed weird, but, I've got many a
We'll
fan
pay-
in this town.
We'll pay you much gold to hear what it said.
Define much.
200 gold is just to see the letter.
200 gold. That is not even worth the time you're sitting in my room, wasting right now.
Oh my god.
Alright. We traded information. We've been seeing people crawl into your window for the last about 3 nights in a row. It's usually when no one's around, but we're always around. You've piqued our interest, Leonhart, as have all your friends. Nothing you do around here is stealthy. Not when we're around. I'm just a peon. These are all just messages I want to tell you. Just know, you're always being watched. And from there, we want to see where your paranoia takes you. And now, on to the more fun business.
Hmm.
You asked about the Emerald Order. Why did you want to know?
If I recall correctly, friend, it was your higher up that gave the name to me.
Aye, we want to know why you want to know. You killed a random criminal. Why do you care? It's another criminal off the street.
Well, my motives, and excuse the harsh words, are none of your business.
Call them harsh words? Did you grow up with a silver spoon in your ass?
Quite honestly, sir, friend, it's not that far from truth.
Alright. Well then, let's put it this way. Do you want to find the Emerald Order? And what will you trade for it?
Finding the Emerald Order would indeed spark my interest. However, what tells me that you are the source I should ask? You know, a man of my caliber has...
know, we're the Spectator Gang. It's literally our one claim to fame. That we know things. And we only give them to those who will benefit us. We don't sell it. We don't do anything like that. We're not the Emerald Order. We don't use political gain. We do it because it benefits us. Telling you might benefit us. But we want more benefit.
Explain this benefit you seek.
Did I not just ask you what you want to offer?
Ah, I see. Well, you know, friend, the reason for my friends and I to look for the Emerald Order, I cannot share. What I can share is...
I appreciate secrets.
What I can share is that if it truly is the Emerald Order responsible
Oh, it is.
for the crime,
Oh, it is. Our leader doesn't lie.
they shall not get away with it that easily. And if they won't get away with it, they would likely make unpleasant acquaintance with Homeland Security. And if they make acquaintance with Homeland Security, that will weaken their position in town, which, in result, could strengthen yours automatically.
The Emerald Order is no threat to us, Leonhardt.
That is what I would say as well.
Or persuasion. It's a good answer.
19.
Fair point. Fair point. Well then. So. You're not part of Homeland Security anymore. You escorted Kira. And then suddenly you're asking who murdered Kira. Is there a redemption thing? Were you fired because of your inability? And in which case, why are a load of random people visiting your room? It's interesting stuff. It's the kind of stuff that we really want to know. It's really interesting. You don't want to tell us, do you?
I'm afraid my lips are sealed.
I respect that. I won't intrude any further on that. How much chaos do you think ye and your friends can cause going through the Emerald Order stronghold? You're not killing... Don't get me wrong. I've seen you. You ain't killing the leader or anything. But... going through one of their minor hideouts... causing a bit of chaos in there... you made your last operation pretty fucking obvious. If you can do that again... without hurting any civilians... that'd be considered a pretty good mission on our part. We ain't about hurting civilians. Civilians are paying customers.
What a noble way of seeing things.
Aye.
Well,
How much
If
chaos do you
taking
think
out-
you and your friends can cause?
if taking out one of their hideouts brings us one step closer to the truth as to why they murdered Lady Kira.
Oh, I can direct you to their hideout their boss is in. But the fact is, you gotta get out of there alive. And with the information. I can just tell you where the information is. You gotta cause enough chaos. And then not die. I don't care if you die. Actually, I kinda do. You seem like a nice guy. But my bosses don't care if you die.
And what benefit would we reap from a rather violent act, as you described?
Get what you want. You get the information of where to find them. We're here to you can probably find it elsewhere. I'm not gonna lie. There's probably someone in this town that knows where to find them. We're offering you exactly what you want. You're gonna go into a criminal organization, cause a shitload of fucking chaos, lower their reputation, and find the information you need, and then all you gotta do is get a life for the leaders around. That's all. It's a win-win-win for you. All you gotta do is live.
Leonhard just looks up in the air, stares at the ceiling, contemplates a little bit, and then just, snaps a finger like that, and is like, "Shavari, what say you about this?"
Huh. Shavari will telepathically say to Leonhard, do you want me to show myself? Snap at our fingers if yes?
Leonhard would basically just nod and give a wink.
Okay, she'll drop her invisibility.
Shivari appears in the corner. Oh, fucking hell. You're quiet.
I was invisible. But,
Well, you're
mean-
quiet. Doesn't devalue my point.
Do you have information on this stronghold, this holdout you said?
Aye, that's what I'm offering. I was given information by me boss. I'm here to trade.
And you want us to go cause trouble there?
Oh yeah, shit ton of trouble. The more information you give up about who these visitors to Leonhart have been, more information you get. Minimal information just for causing trouble will be the location. That's all. Just to cause trouble while you're there. Make it super fucking obvious that their stronghold ain't shit.
I see. Do we get any information about what is in there? That we
Oh,
need
a
to be
load of
careful
fucking
about?
murderers, spies, and assassins. People who kill people for fun and money. Dickheads, as we call them.
Right. But how capable are they? Do they have magic
That's information you
users?
trade.
Hmm.
That's
That
up to
type
your
of
friend.
information.
He gestures over to Leonhart.
That is up to Leonhard.
Hey, it's his information we want. How much is he willing to give up to make sure you're all prepared? Kaizan, Woof, it's been real quiet for quite a while now. No one has come in or out of the bar.
Do you think we should go check on them?
Perhaps in a little bit. I think if something had happened, we'd probably have heard it. Perhaps it is just a long conversation.
Okay, I'm gonna wait 5 more minutes and I'm gonna go up and listen.
Okay. Pause 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Alrighty. Yes, Leonhart Shafari.
So just out of character, just to get this straight. So this guy wants us to to mess up one of the outposts of the Emerald Order.
He wants to send you to the outpost that their leader is at. He's telling you can't
Yeah.
kill their leader, but he wants you to make as much of a mess of the place where their leader is
Right.
at as possible and gather the information while you're there.
Okay. So their
you
gain
live
would
as
be
not
we
his.
mess up their competition,
Yes.
and our gain would be we get the location where they
Yes.
are.
That's
And
the
might
minimum.
find
If you
stuff
want
inside.
more information than that, then you're trading
Gotcha.
information.
Gotcha.
But you've got to make it look like a mess. You've got to make it look like their leader was there and shit got fucked up anyway.
And Leonhardt would know that, like you said earlier, that they operate mostly underground.
Yes.
And that is normally not an area where a lot of civilians, live and
No,
hang out.
there's as far as you're aware, the only underground that exists is the sewers, plus a couple very old mines.
Okay. Shavati, I announce you the conscience of this operation. See, my judgment may be influenced, may be, a little bit biased because of my mission and my duty to home. If you tell me they're working with these people, and he points towards the dwarf, is something
just
you
an
could
employee,
stand
mate.
for morally, then I shall consider the offer.
I mean, they are offering information for our safety to go do this. If you trade information, then that is. But this
I was
seems to-
referring to what may ensue, perhaps, if we act violently, if we, use force to get to these informations.
I mean,
Oh, you're definitely using force.
it is a way to get what we need. I don't necessarily agree that going and, being forceful about it is the best way to go about it, but it is a way to go about it. I think it is something that we should probably discuss together.
Aye, if you want to go in non swords ablaze, swords a slashing, then I'm sure you can find the location another way. We're offering you a shortcut. It's not an necessity. We ain't gonna hunt you down. I'm here to offer you a shortcut.
Tell me, friend,
Aye.
if you could be a little more specific as to what sort of mayhem you would like us to cause there. Is your interest
I
on
want as much shit broken as possible.
referring to people or objects or both?
You see it, it's an ancient artifact of home, you break it. You see a person who is there just to guard the gate, you break it. That's the instructions I was given for you.
I think that we should discuss this with the
I
other two.
no rush if we hear about a group that's made its way in. Well, we're gonna look for evidence, but if we find it's you, then you'll receive the information post. No rush.
Okay.
I'm just here to deliver the message.
Can you give us the location of where this holdout is?
No, you haven't
trade
traded.
information?
You haven't agreed yet. I wish
Shavati,
you
would you be so kind as to summon the others into this room so we can make a decision?
I'll be outside. I'll be outside if you need me.
Please accept my invitation to stay in this room, friend dwarf.
Alright, fine.
Sorry, we'll go get Woof and Kaizen.
Kaizen, just as 5 minutes is running out, Wolf is standing up, getting ready to go eavesdrop. Shivari comes down the stairs.
Oh, hey, how did it go?
We are still discussing, but there is something that we need to discuss as a group and come to the decision about. So, if you two would like to join in the room.
Okay.
You head back up. The dwarf watches as the rest of you enter in. He looks at the two of you. Alright? Alright?
Kai's
So-
and Wolf, good to see you.
Hello.
Likewise.
So, I offered your friend the ability to know where your current target is in exchange for information about what your friend has been up to in the night. And also in
Mhm.
exchange for you causing a shit ton of chaos and just a fuck ton of mess on your way through our mutual enemy's stronghold. That's the TLDR. If you wanna, looks at Leonhardt and Jabari, if you wanna rephrase that for your benefit, go for it.
Well, essentially, friends, what our dwarf colleague here is asking of us is that in exchange for the information as to how to find the Emerald Order, which, as you remember, are the ones responsible for Lady Akira's passing away, we're supposed to wreck a place, as some people might call it, to cause a lot of havoc, to destroy objects, to perhaps break some bones. I would strictly advise to keep it non-lethal if possible.
Oh yeah, no,
Mhm.
no one to sell the message if you leave it lethal.
Exactly. So in order for causing a little bit of a ruckus, and I think, Wolf, that could be especially your expertise to make things messy, we would gain access to the holdout and basically perhaps some more information inside. Perhaps we find documents, perhaps we find objects of interest. If that is a mission that you are willing to accept, that you feel good about, that you don't have a bad conscience about, I'm willing to accept. Because as you know, my duty is to, follow the mission. And I'm biased. I will do most things to fulfill the mission, so I'll leave it up to you. You be my conscience in this.
Well, they're bad guys, right?
They are certainly far from innocent.
And we just gotta mess it up because they killed Kira, and that's bad, right?
That is exactly the definition of bad.
I'm okay with that.
What is the point to you? Oh, and Kaizen nods to the dwarf. What is the point to you of going and messing things up for them?
Oh, their leader's there. If you take the information from me, I'll tell you where the leader is. And I'll send you to that one. Because that's the one that if you mess up and you get out alive, that's the one that makes the Emerald Order look the most like shit and the most embarrassing. That's the one we want you to mess up. We want them to look terrible. Worst they possibly can. Their leader was there and still couldn't deal with your cunts. That's the idea.
So it is a politics to you?
It's more along the lines of, you helped us out, we gave you information. We're interested to see where this goes. It's politics. And, well, the big guy has curiosity.
How bad are we talking as this leader?
Their leader? Oh, he's
Yeah.
as charming as they come. Super handsome. I worked for him for a while.
Right, but does he do like dangerous stuff like
Oh,
keep
no, he never-
dragons in a box?
No. He never gets his hands dirty. He wouldn't do anything like that. His people? They'll mess with the Coven a couple times. They'll try and interfere with us, but overall danger? They even about the whole protection racket. They're more along the lines of they'll get involved, but most of the time it's more along the lines of they'll sell information to the people who create the violence or who will do the smuggling. They ain't about it themselves. They sell information. They're like us, but shitter. We want them to look at more shit.
Oh, well, if it's not too dangerous, then I'm okay with that.
Oh, it's super dangerous. Their leader's a fucking asshole.
Wait, but you just said he wasn't that bad.
Oh yeah, he's a super nice guy, but if you mess with him, he's gonna kill you. Or at least try to. Just can persuade him otherwise. He's a reasonable guy. He's a nice guy, honestly. If you
I'm
just think it's worth
sensing
his
this
time.
more to this mission than I initially thought.
Look, if it ain't worth his time, he won't deal with you. But honestly, he's fucking tough. He'll mess with you. This guy is a tough dude. You gotta make a mess and then get out without him killing you. No one else in there's probably gonna be a threat. They'll fight you. But I think, seeing you guys in action, you could take him. But him?
Huh.
Him, you're gonna die.
So we fight the rest of them, he comes and then flee from him.
Well, you either avoid him, you either flee from him, or you talk to him. I don't care how you do it. You get the information you want. I'm just telling you where to get it. Because where he is,
Okay.
that's where the information is.
Okay.
Just make a mess. That's the deal. If you don't make the mess, then, well, we've got a problem suddenly. We don't like
So
having
the mess has to be viewed from the public.
Oh, not from the public, but enough that it's gonna be obvious to people in the underworld.
I do not know your underworld businesses.
Put it this
I
way.
do not know what is obvious to some.
Put it
and
this way.
not
If you
to others.
fuck up their hideout and kill a load of their peeps, then that's gonna be noticeable. If you beat your way through, escape with information, news that's gonna spread. I don't care how you do it, as long as it's obvious to people in our line of work.
I suppose I just do not know how it would be obvious, but if you have ways to know, then okay.
Make it obvious in your own way. Think of it as creative project. Like my daughter. She's working on macaroni pictures right now.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, stick some of that on the bodies. That'll fuck them up. But also be pretty.
Okay.
Deal's there if you want it. You don't want it, like I said. Like your friend over here, who completely lied to me about his name, but he seemed like a nice enough guy.
He's a good friend.
He is. He seems nice. You can probably find the information elsewhere. You probably can. I'm offering you a shortcut. That's all I'm here offering.
Seems like an opportunity.
Indeed. And, looks at Sir Leonhardt, over-exaggerates the Sir. Warehouse job's still available. If you really want to mess it up and fuck over everyone in the city. Do you need me for anything else? If you agree to the mission, leave a single feather in the mailbox A17. I'm sure you can find the feather. If not, and is there any other questions you had for me? Looks around.
I'm okay, thank you.
Alright. Thank you all for your night. Leonhardt, as much as I know you weren't who you say you were, I'm not going to say no to upclass drinking as well. He raises his very high quality pipe. As you can see, we get paid more than we let on. So he steps out the room and shuts the door very deliberately behind him.
I'm not giving him one of my feathers.
I'm sure we could find other feathers, but I think, I mean, this is the way to solve this, at least a little bit, but it is it is a messy way.
If I see this dwarf one more time, I'm gonna personally drag him to Homeland Security.
He seems nice.
I mean, he's probably not associated with the most pleasant of people, but he is here giving us opportunities.
He's got a sick daughter, Leonhard. You can't take him to jail. What will she do?
I'm pretty sure that was a lie, Wolf.
But I gave him so much gold.
Leonhard, do you want to make a post-emptive insight check?
Yep.
Go for
Let's
it.
do it.
Make a post-emptive insight check. You believe him implicitly.
Well, he may surround himself with shady folk, yet his motives, or rather the motives of the Spectator Gang, they have been most helpful in the past. And, you know, to get to the bottom of the greater evil, perhaps we will have to side with the smaller, with the lesser evil yet again. We go in, wreck the place, make a mess, break some bones, and be done with it.
Do we have other options? And like, do you have anyone in Homeland who could get us in contact with the Emerald Order? Maybe we can just set up a meeting and talk to them.
Potentially, yet not guaranteed. The Emerald Order, from what I can tell, is slightly harder to catch than the Spectator Gang, because unlike the Spectator Gang, they don't want to be seen. Yet, of course, there could be contacts within Homeland Security that could prove helpful, no doubt.
Well, he did not specify a time limit on this, so you could find out information if you can. Maybe if
True.
it seems other avenues are not going to be fruitful, you can revisit this plan.
Sharp as always, Shivani.
But they want information for information. So are you okay, Leonhardt, with telling them what they want?
I cannot speak about this mission to people like this. Who knows what they would use this information for?
You go fake the information.
Lying is not my expertise.
I would disagree.
I got away with it once. I'm not sure if they will get fooled by
that's fair.
the likes of me again.
Well, it seems that the only way that they will give us the information about where to find this holdout is by giving them the information they want. So
You could be very vague and tell them half-truth. You're looking for someone who murdered a criminal. That's not a lie. And now it's your job to find out more information. Again, you're not lying.
Trust me, Wolf, we cannot talk about this mission to people like this. It needs to remain top secret. There are powerful people. If it...
What if I know you say you do not want to lie, but we could say that it is Lord Papyrus who entasks us to find out who killed Gira.
Oh, but he's nice. I don't want to get him in trouble.
We wouldn't
I
necessarily
mean,
get
it
him in
would-
trouble. We could go talk to him and see if he would mind helping.
Oh, that's a good idea. I miss him.
It would make sense, I suppose, since she was trying, or she did actually kill Lord Papyrus's
Servant, yes.
Yes, his servant.
Also, they were friends with benefits. I don't know what that means.
Yes, I had forgotten that actually. They had some previous connections, so it would make sense that he would take an interest to her.
So that is a route. Again, I know you do not wish to lie, but this potentially could give them the information they need without exposing what your mission is.
It could be indeed a white lie. A lie that might be most beneficial to getting one step closer to our goal. Yet, the Spectator Gang seems to be very resourceful. We would have to contact Lord Papyrus without them seeing us right now, don't you think?
I mean, we are just going to go see our friend who was a rock for a while, and now he is away.
What if we all just went to the academy? That's not suspicious.
I could
Okay.
also contact Lord Papyrus myself. It would be very limited information thread, but
I say we pursue this path. It is a good and logical step, from what I can tell. And
Yeah.
most importantly, I think Lord Papyrus owes us a favor or two.
I'm sure it also is in his interest. I mean, finding out who killed Kira.
Most
and why.
definitely.
I mean, I want to go to the academy tomorrow to go to the library, so if he is awake, I could go stop by and talk to him.
That sounds like a good idea.
I shall go with you then. The idea of using, or, using Lord Papyrus as our quest provider, I think it makes sense. Good job, Shivari and Wolf.
All right. With that, it sounded like a decision is made. Everyone is going to set up because I have basically nothing else planned for the night that won't begin something I can't finish. So,
Yeah, I guess before the meeting is dissolved, Leonhardt would like to address Shavati.
okay.
And in front of the others, like not privately or anything, but
Okay.
And would ask her, Shavati, the dwarf hinted towards very interesting visitors at night that lurk around my room, lurk around the windows. If you could perhaps, if it doesn't bother you, keep watch in my room, perhaps on the outside. This could go to you as well, Kaizen. Perhaps we could intercept any of these people lurking around and trying to gather information, trying to spy on us, perhaps.
I mean, I could try, I suppose.
Perhaps we could, expect them, set a trap, and interrogate any of those people.
You insinuating we have a sleepover, Leonhardt?
I shall accept.
Yay!
Leonhardt, your room is big. There is enough room for 4 people plus.
Right.
Plus a dog and a cat and a ferret.
More than plus. More than plus.
Or a
So
weasel,
perhaps
pardon
we
me.
set up watch both inside and outside the room, near to the window. I'm sure Kaizen is stealthy enough to make himself almost invisible, while Shivari can literally make herself invisible.
Right. I mean, I can only do it once an hour, so at most I could do it 2 hours at a time before I have to take a rest, but I do not sleep, so I will be awake the entire time, so.
Alrighty. So we'll say as everyone grabs whatever they need from their rooms to slowly begin to set themselves up in Leonhardt's room for once. Everyone begins to set
Before
up.
that happens, Shivari will say, but there is something I wish to attend to for about an hour, if that is okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Shivari will go to her room and take an hour to rest so that she gets back her spell slots, because I don't have any right now.
Okay, understood. Alright, you take an hour to rest your spell slots. Everyone else takes the time to set up more hidden sleeping areas in Leonhardt's room. I'll make you roll stuff for that next week because we will end here, I think. Because that's just like a fun thing to do.
Okay.
Just like, start. It seems like it's very much a expectation subversion of at the start of next week you sleep. So, so that sounds like fun. So again, thank you everyone very much for watching. And let's go over
And
what
should I do
everyone...
one more thing?
Yes, go for it.
Okay. She wants to use sending, and she wants to use sending on her mother.
Okay. Do you want to do
Whoa.
that in
To
public
say-
or in
Right.
private?
In public is fine.
Okay.
She's
I'll
going
say
to
heads
say,
up, because I know you can reply to sending. I don't remember the details for your mother.
Because
Because
it doesn't
I
have to
didn't
be
expect this
replied
to
right now.
happen. Okay.
But
So yes, tell me the message
you
you want
will
to send.
say-
We'll begin next session with the reply to that if there is one. If you resend me your mother details.
the message you want to send is, hello, mother. I wanted to let you know that I am doing well. I am sorry for leaving without sending word. I hope you are both well.
Okay. That's what you send. You have no idea how much I expected you to follow up with, hello, mother. Hello, father. Here I am from Camp Granada. But that's me watching too many comedy specials. Alrighty. So Shivari sends off that. We'll pick up with maybe the reply from that next time as we set up sleep stealth. For now, though, again, thank you everyone very much for watching. I hope you've
Yeah, thanks, guys.
enjoyed the session.
Great.
It was pretty chill, plus pretty deep, honestly. This was just a very casual but very story-driven section.
True.
A quiet
Uh-huh.
episode, but with a lot of information. I think that's good. It was good to have every now and again. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. I guess I will start for what I'm doing next week. Streaming, I have bounty boards now, so following those around because I like money. Seeing what's on those, working from there, and doing what I can. Cool. Probably mostly heroes though, because I like money more. Like to be able to pay rent and food, TLDR, and also planning for next week's session. And that should be fun. And also Dixie's that cat session's back, so I need to get back into the mindset of Gaza, who's on a dragon right now. Spoilers without spoilers. That's happening. You got to tune in to find out. Cool. Faye, what are you up to next week?
Pretty much the same as always. Streaming some HOTS, streaming some MK11. Got D&Ds on Friday and Sunday. So tweet out and post in Discord whenever we're playing those. That's pretty much it. I don't think there's much
Exclamation mark
else.
players for the Twitters of every player in this group so you can see when they play D&D and do other things like stream. Alrighty. Okay, Kendrick, what are you up to next week?
Well, this week, I'm definitely going to keep up the streams. This Thursday actually is going to be the release of frickin' Total War 3 Kingdoms. I'm a big Total War nerd. Played every game in that series. And that game is tackling the old Chinese Three Kingdoms era. So if you play Dynasty Warriors, for example, in the PlayStation at some point, you're going to love it. And I'm super pumped. There's actually going to be a 24-hour stream on Thursday, so I'm going to get ready for that.
Nice. For those who don't know, I basically live about 20 minutes walk away from the Creative Assembly, the people who make
That's
Total
so
War.
sick, dude.
And yeah, I'm not the one who likes to. I like Total War games, but I don't play them that much because they're so time-consuming.
True.
So I can completely understand that. But literally every time I go out to drink, there's Creative Assembly people around. So every time I'm like, "Hey, I know a friend who plays this stuff."
Yep. And I actually
yeah.
got the collector's edition, and it's so hype.
I saw your unboxing on your Twitter.
So sick.
It looks so
They
good.
put a lot of work in that.
I'm excited because, like I said, I don't have
Can
time
you
to play
gif
it,
that
I'm
reaction?
hyped.
Like, I need that as a gif for everything.
Do it.
I
But yeah, I'm hyped to watch Kendrick stream because it's so much time for me from a franchise I've not touched before. Kendrick is someone who's super committed to it that I love the idea of watching someone who's committed to something do something they love. So I'm
yeah,
excited.
if you guys wanna buy the game, or if you're not sure if you want to buy it, because it is pricey. New games are pricey, so
Always.
feel free to check on some first impressions there all day long.
Of course, always check something. Always check reviews. Always check streams. See if they enjoy the game. Pre-orders are bullshit. TLDR. All right, Jinxie, what are you up to this week?
Alright, so on Saturday, the DOA gang's back. We're in Waterdeep with a known murderer on the back of a chromatic dragon. What could possibly go wrong?
Jazza was fully against this entire plan.
Too bad you got outvoted 6-1.
Yep.
Other than that, we are prepping for the next season of NGS. If you want to see my Tyrael grind or Imperious grind, that's what I'm focusing on this week. You can, I'll post one of my teammates' streams who streams our practices. Check out that.
Nice.
Other than that, you can follow my Twitter for some cool dog training pics because I'm always posting there. Because I have the best job ever. That's what I'm up to this week.
Puppet images always a win. Crowin, what are you up to this week?
Hello. I will be doing more D&D stuff. I'll be streaming. It's probably a little bit of HOTS, but hopefully after, a week of beta already being out for WoW Classic, this week I'll get it. I'm hopeful,
Do it.
but
I
we'll
believe.
see. Yeah, besides I think Wednesday, have Heroes Hype Premier League, which I'll be streaming. Yeah, Wednesday and Thursday, or is it Tuesday, Wednesday? Something like that. Wednesday is one of the days. But yeah, I'll be streaming that. A little bit of a delay, but that should be fun. Have a new teammate this week playing with Fury,
Ooh.
and we.
Oh, he's
yeah,
nice. I
Fury's
like
nice.
him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we joked about our team being named the Problem Solvers, since Fury and I were both the problems of GFE.
That's some
But,
next level better.
Yeah, don't know if we'll make the name change, but it'll be fun regardless. So yeah.
Alrighty. Well, yeah. Thank you everyone very much for watching. Tune in next week for more Heroes Give Chase and the slow regrowing of my beard. Because for the first time since November, Kendrick has a bigger beard than me.
You
That
should be like
is
a
true,
beard
man.
counter, like days.
But
Beers
honestly,
of
I
beard
guarantee
growth.
you, Tetra,
It's on 2 now.
you're gonna catch up to me in no time because
How
I think your
often do you
beard grows super fast.
How often do you trim?
Once every 1.5 weeks, I would say. Once every 9 days or something.
Okay. Fair enough.
But
Have you
my
thought
beard,
of
I was
letting it grow as much as
taunted. I
mine
was
did?
made fun of because my beard grows so slow.
Have you thought of growing it like as long as I did, aka November to 3 days ago?
Whoa, maybe I'll do it as a challenge. I won't do it for free. Suck it, people.
Yeah, of course. Set a donation goal for that shit. It worked for me.
Yep. Yep.
Alrighty,
Yeah.
thank you all very much for watching. We're gonna win now. See you all next week with more Heroes Give Chase. And of course, subscribe to all these lovely people. Do we have any final messages? Subscribe to Tetra
with Twitch Prime.
Thank you all very
Nailed
much. Nailed it. And we'll see you all next week. Bye.
Bye, guys.